some of the policies and programs that this government is executing, which we will be highlighting some of the policies and programs that this government is executing, which we have views on, and also at the same time preferring policy alternatives in due course to some of the issues that we'll be raising. This morning, I want to start by introducing a team from the party's Finance and Economy Policy Committee, chaired by the Honorable Amin Adam Anta, MP for Karaga and former Minister for Finance and Economic Planning. The Honorable Gideon Buakon, MP for Tano North, will be joined shortly by the Honorable Abena Oseasari, MP for Tiwa East and Chairperson Public Accounts Committee. Dr. Frank Bano, who is the spokesperson for the Committee on Finance. The Honorable Issa Fuseni, who is a co-spokesperson for the committee, and Dr. Kwesi Nyamibefi, who is secretary to the Policy Coordination Committee. Ahead of the 2026 mid-year budget review, the New Patriotic Party's Policy Committee on Finance and Economy has been meeting and poring over the latest published data on the Ghanaian economy. And as a responsible opposition party, we are obliged to share with the nation our findings, and also obliged to draw the attention of the government to key worrying signals that we are observing. And our presentation this morning is in three parts. First, the props, or what is known as the settings, that the government is employing to achieve the macro numbers that it is publishing, and the effects of these props or settings. Second, we'll be speaking about the sustainability of these props or settings that they are using. And thirdly, we'll be speaking to the subject of some outstanding key development issues that the government is failing to tackle. So let's start off with the fiscal space question and how they are manufacturing data on what they call the surplus. Now, on Thursday, for sure, the government will tell the country that Ghana has moved from stability to growth. Our task today is to lay out what the government's own published data actually shows, not the headline or narrative they are putting on it, but what the data actually shows. How the headline numbers are being manufactured and whether they can last, and what they have cost the ordinary Ghanaian. And we'll put three tests to this review. And the first is the quality of the 2025 surplus. Now, the government will cite a 2025 primary surplus of 2.6% of GDP on a commitment basis, against a target of 1.5%. And they would seek to tell the Ghanaian people that that means that they are managing the fiscals prudently. But we want to sound a caution ahead that it's important to look underneath these numbers. You will find that revenue has missed the revised target by about 4.7%, and the surplus was delivered because expenditure was compressed by 13.8% of GDP. In plain language, the government did not out-collect its target. It rather underspent its expenditure targets. Savings from delayed capital execution are not structural reform. They are only a postponement of things that they will have to do at the end of the day. The second issue is something that the first quarter of 2026 confirms as a pattern. Now, the government's own data, through what the Bank of Ghana has just released ahead of the MPC, shows that first quarter spending is about 62 billion against a target of 78 billion. That is 21.2% below target. Capital expenditure is 41% below target. This is a government that says that its focus is a big infrastructure project out of which it will create 800,000 jobs. And they are 41.9% below target on capital expenditure. Foreign finance projects is about 0.6 billion Ghana cedis out of 5.3 billion Ghana cedis. Goods and services, 35% below target. Grants to health, education, and the districts is about 19% below target. And the only thing that they've been able to protect is the wage bill. And that is why the independent analysts are calling this the weakest first quarter execution of any budget since 2017. Roughly about 24 billion Ghana cedis unexecuted in 3 months, and that is roads, schools, and hospitals that have had to carry the cut. The third part of this argument is that the arrears problem that this government first complained about and tried to paint the NPP black on, the arrears problem is not gone away. The finance minister himself, if you recall, in 2025, reported that they had discovered arrears of about 67 billion Ghana cedis, and he used that to adjust the primary balance at the time. And you recall the minority at the time saying that that was very, very inappropriate. Now, he subjected it to an audit. The audit came back and proved that his 67 billion was false, and that indeed what he could only even attempt to claim was 45 billion. And I'll come to a second point on that one. And by the way, that 45 billion was because they just went around asking anybody who says that government owes them to bring forward a claim. Now, against this 45 billion, the 2025 budget allocated only 13 billion to settle some of it. And by November 2025, the road sector alone reported that they have now got a backlog of close to about 40 billion Ghana cedis arrears. So if the audited claim ended at 45, and they claimed they were going to pay about 13 billion, and now the road sector alone is talking about 40 billion still, the minister now says only 11.5 billion has been cleared, and no new payables have accrued. The maths doesn't math. What is the true stock of arrears, and which sectors are driving it? And when cash is tight, is it the arrears clearance itself that is being squeezed? And by the way, bear in mind that this arrears stock, as I mentioned, was because they went around asking everybody to add up. The proper arrears stock has always been on the gift list. So when he comes tomorrow, he has to tell us which database he's using for his new arrears calculation. Is he using the same formula he used in 2025? Or he's going back to gift list, in which case he'll be comparing apples and oranges. And we believe we need to draw your attention so that all of us examine this in detail. Finally, on this first argument that we've been making about the settings that they are using, the revenue engine of our republic is faltering. The first quarter revenue missed the program target by about 4.5%. Oil revenue fell from about 19.8 billion Ghana cedis in 2024 to 8.7 billion Ghana cedis in 2025. And first quarter oil receipts this year were about 37.6% below target. Just the 268.1 billion cedis full year revenue target still stand, Mr. Minister, or are you going to revise it downwards? And if it still stands, from where are you going to close this gap without new distortionary taxes on households and businesses? It's important that we all keep an eye on this figure, the revenue figure that Parliament has approved. And as he delivers the mid-year review tomorrow, we ask ourselves, with all of this underperformance, is he going to review the revenue target downwards? Or if he's keeping it, then the question is, where are they going to close the gap from? Because if it is not closed, they cannot spend on the promises that they have made. The question hanging on Thursday is a surplus, a policy achievement, or a reporting artifact of budgets that were simply not executed. On the evidence, ladies and gentlemen, we are clear that it is the second. Fiscal space created by under-execution is not true fiscal space. It's only a deferral of things that you still have to do at the end of the day. And you'll recall quite recently, we were reminded in a very sad way when, for example, expenses that needed to be made on flood control programs were not done. In the end, when the floods came, we saw the number of people who perished. So fiscal space that is created by under-execution is not fiscal space. The real cost is there for the people to pay. Now let's go to the second part of our three-part conversation. How durable are these settings that they are embarking on? When the props are removed, what will happen at the end of the day? And here I'll treat it in a number of parts. First, what's going on the IMF? The IMF Executive Board is expected to approve the final ECF review and the new policy coordination instrument around the 27th of July. That's 4 days after the minister will read the mid-year review. Note that the PCI is a non-financing instrument that the government has gone for, still under the IMF. Now, choosing to remain under fund supervision without fund money is an admission that an external anchor is still required for this economy. And the fund's own May statement flags state-owned enterprises, contingent liabilities, quasi-fiscal activities, and gold price over-reliance as continuing risks to the Ghanaian economy. And that's the real reason for which this government has now gone under a PCI, even though the ECF has ended. Now, the second point is that the growth story that we are seeing is on gold. It's not based on any policy. The government will tout the first quarter growth of about 6.4% to say that, the economy is performing, it is rebounding, there's higher growth. This is how they hope to make the argument that we have moved from stability to growth. But go into the details. Industry's growth rate jumped from 1.9 to 6.9%, yes, in one quarter. But if you double click, it shows you that it's on the back of gold mining and export earnings hitting a record $31.1 billion in 2025. Why? Because of historically high gold prices. Now, let me refresh your memory. In 2025, when the minister read the 2024 review and realized that there had been growth in the economy, mostly led by gold, I'm sure you recall what he said. He said that it was galamsey growth. So today, as they are going to hinge their growth numbers on gold, it is fair to say that what is going on is just galamsey accounting, which they will be touting as growth. If gold returns to its 5-year average price, what will our growth figure be? What will the trade surplus be? What will the primary balance be? Where will they get forex to continue pumping onto the market? And now that matter has been established. We started talking about it in the first quarter of 2025. They disputed it. Now the jury is clear on it. The review that the minister will publish tomorrow must answer this sensitivity analysis, else we are living on borrowed time. The third issue under the second pillar, inflation is beginning to turn and the cedi is beginning to slip. Falling headline inflation never means falling prices. Prices have been rising, only more slowly. And now they are rising faster again. 3 consecutive months, and it's increased to 5.3% in June, the highest since December 2025. And it's driven mostly by fuel costs from the Middle East conflict. Today, Brent crude is averaging about $91 per barrel. You recall in 2022, at the peak of the economic crisis, when crude was about $120, and we kept explaining that that was the real driver of inflation, they said ours was untrue. Today, it's inching up, mostly driven by fuel cost by the Middle East conflict. Meanwhile, the cedi is also depreciated between 8.4 and 10.3% this year, depending on the data source that you are using. Now, you will notice that apart from the debt restructuring that the NPP government did, which led to outright cancellation of about $5 billion of Ghana's debt and cash flow savings of about $4.7 billion cumulatively, which contributed significantly to a reduction in our debt to GDP ratio, the other part of our debt improvement came from an appreciation of the currency last year. What the currency gave, the currency is now beginning to take back. I'm sure when the Bank of Ghana put out the data, you notice that our debt in cedi denomination is now gone up by about 40 billion Ghana cedis. The appreciation that they touted as a great thing and later counted back as showing that we had improved in our debt numbers in cedi denomination is now going back. And that's mostly why you are seeing this over 40 billion cedi increase in our debt stock. Issue number 4, the government's own debt numbers do not agree with each other, depending on which of their data sources you are looking at. Now, the Bank of Ghana is reporting that debt is roughly about 45% of GDP now, as of June. The IMF is also projecting that it will get to 53% before the end of this year. Now, given that Ghana's program with the IMF projects debt to GDP ratio to reach 55% of GDP by the end of 2028, the increased borrowing that we are seeing today means one thing, that this target by the end of 2028 is already at risk. And thus tomorrow the minister must present a proper debt sustainability analysis to convince the people of Ghana that all the sacrifice and the work that the people of Ghana went through to reduce our debt burden is not in vain. Colleagues, I'm sure you recall that just yesterday in Parliament, they came for nearly $1 billion approval. And so already, the debt target by 2028 is at risk. The government should not try to hide this reality in the impending rebasing of the GDP. We will fish it out and we'll calculate for you pre-rebasing and post-rebasing what the new debt to GDP will be, looking at the way they've started debt accumulation just 9 weeks after the IMF left town. But it even raises a bigger question. What does the IMF know that the government is not telling Ghanaians? What is included and excluded, and on what GDP base? The review must publish one reconciled figure and one methodology. Issue number 5, the Bank of Ghana's balance sheet is a fiscal time bomb, colleagues. The Bank of Ghana reports a 2025 loss of 15.6 billion in one instance, and then if you add the other 19 billion together, about 34 billion. And we have argued that if you net off the one-off gold sales, it brings you to about 44.5 billion. Now, independent analysis puts the negative equity roughly around 96 billion Ghana cedis. That's about 8% of GDP. The IMF has named the domestic gold purchase program as a driver of these losses, and recapitalization is promised by 2032. That liability, for example, is sitting outside the budget, but it will demand real fiscal space tomorrow. The minister will need to start answering the questions on that one tomorrow. Every city of it is a road that is not built, it's a classroom that is not funded. And finally, let me speak to the issue of what the Bank of Ghana is now confirming, despite the fact that the majority in Parliament doesn't want them to speak in public. Yesterday, at the opening of the 131st Monetary Policy Committee meeting, the governor announced that the central bank has ceased pre-financing of the Gold Board's gold purchase program, effective the 1st of July. Let me refresh your memories once again. For months, the minority in Parliament warned that this financing was an unbudgeted quasi-fiscal operation exposing the state to huge losses. We were dismissed. Our motions for investigations were dismissed. At the time, the IMF quantified it at $214 million lost on the Gold for Reserves program. This was around September 2025. By the end of the year, the Bank of Ghana account itself shows that it was around $900 million. That's about the 9.6 billion Ghana cedis that they talk about in their report, which report the finance minister has still not laid before Parliament. Now, those figures were disputed loudly. Now, just yesterday, without apology, the bank has announced that it will stop the financing. This is too little, too late. The losses have already been booked onto the balance sheet in between the 15 billion, the 19 billion, and the cumulative 96 billion underwater. Stopping the bleeding, unfortunately, does not restore the blood. And mark our words, the governor has begun the confession. Soon, the finance minister too will come before this country confessing what we have been saying all along. And very finally, we want to speak about the credibility of some of the promises that they are making going forward. And here, I'll treat it in 4 major parts. Announcements. We celebrate a lot of announcements that the finance minister makes when he announces them, and we see a lot of headlines. When you go into the details of what has actually been released and executed, it's very disappointing. In June, the finance ministry said it released 1.6 billion Ghana cedis to agriculture. The Agric ministry put the authorization at rather 910 million Ghana cedis. And then they further argued that even disbursement was lower at 453 million Ghana cedis. Right to information reports indicate 76 to 90% of the big push road contracts worth over 70 billion Ghana cedis are sole sourced. And when the country was assured that payment will not be a problem, we are now finding out that capital execution, as I have already explained to you, is only about 58% of target. So money is a problem. So when announcements are made, that's not what we'll be looking at. We'll be looking at the cash releases because they tell 2 different stories. It is the cash release that tells the truth. The second is that the jobs numbers are audio announcements. They are in the pipeline. They are not on the payroll. The 24-hour economy promised about 1.7 million jobs. Its direct 2026 allocation is 110 million Ghana cedis. They now claim that they've created about 160,000 jobs and signed some MOUs, but they are not operating projects. And the totals lean on multipliers of 1 to 4. And if you look at the detail of the 160,000 jobs that they are claiming out of a number of filling stations that they say are operating 24 hours, it's laughable. You all know that filling stations were operating in this country before the NDC came to power. So to claim that about 300 or so filling stations are operating 24 hours as evidence of a functioning 24-hour economy program and 160,000 jobs announced out of it is laughable. A memorandum of understanding is not a pay slip. In cocoa, a producer price of 41,000 cedis per ton was announced in February, yet farmers reportedly remained unpaid even as at March, despite a pledged $337 million disbursement. So they announced one thing, but the reality on the ground is another. Let's also talk about the unfinished business the government inherited and has still not dealt with. When the previous administration left office, approximately 98% of all debt eligible for restructuring had been negotiated. The domestic debt exchange restructured $20 billion equivalent and delivered debt service savings. The Eurobond restructuring is what delivered the stock reduction, over $5 billion. Yet, nearly 2 years on, the remaining 2%, just 2%, somebody did 98%, you are left with 2% to do. 2 years on, that 2%, about $2.7 billion, is still unresolved under this government. And where are the promised independent fiscal council, the debt management office, and other institutions? Have they been abandoned or delayed or quietly shelved? Or the new fiscal council, we saw an announcement that the new fiscal council has been put in place. Have they been cowed into silence already, as other critical voices are being cowed into silence by this administration? The fourth issue is that borrowing has already begun. Just 9 weeks after the IMF ECF ended, and even before the IMF board considers the last ECF review, the executive is in parliament asking for nearly $1 billion. The minority will scrutinize every PESWA, purpose, terms, and collateral, and where each CD will actually go. Finally, we think that Thursday's presentation must disclose a few things with numbers and not just assurances. First, the actual half-year execution line by line against allotment, and we'll be asking, did the first quarter pattern persist or did it reverse? Second, a full decomposition of the primary surplus, structural revenue, gold windfall, expenditure compression, valuation effects, and one-offs. Third, one reconciled debt to GDP figure and the methodology they are using for it. Fourth, a current audited arrears stock with a credible payment schedule tied to actual allocations. Number 5, verified payroll employment for the Big Push and the 24-hour economy program, and project-level Big Push procurement disclosure. Number 6, the true loss figure and the resolution plan for the Bank of Ghana. Remember, as we've mentioned, the minister has not presented it to Parliament. A team of NDC persons came to Parliament to do a press conference and understated it at 15 billion when it's actually 34, and if you take away the one-off gold sales, it's about 44. So the true figure must now be published. 7th, sensitivity analysis on gold prices, fuel costs, and the cedi. And number 8, the status of the Fiscal Council and the Independent Debt Management Office that was promised, as well as a refinancing plan for the growth agenda that names its sources. And here, let me make this point. The minister has already started sounding the market that he's going to announce some new strategies tomorrow. Mr. Minister, this is a mid-year review to assess performance. Policies have already been announced and funded. Any new policy will just be more settings, props, and audio announcements because they are unfunded. Already, you are struggling to fund the announced policies and promises. Desist from the temptation to announce new cities new policies and new projects. Ladies and gentlemen, a country cannot build growth on unspent budgets, unpaid contractors, disputed debt numbers, and jobs that exist only on paper. On Thursday, the NPP, through its minority in parliament, will be in the chamber, measuring the minister's statement line by line against this government's own published data. The Ghanaians deserve numbers and not narratives. We thank you, and we will take your questions at this point. Okay. Me try na me mo no tofa kakra wo twi mu. Enuanom yeda mo asese anope mo abeka yensa wa ha sei. Me gina NPP Policy Coordination Committee na na mu na me din chia kese ebramo. And the policy committee on finance and economy na ehia wa sei. Na watchene bosumi ahodo da yanim ye be hihia. Na nyuma ahodo a policy committees na fi ase ye na ye de bi ato abonten. Na ehia ya Ghana sikasem ho the aboni be friend data no kra wo mu a Bank of Ghana publish bi o finance ministry publish bi o World Bank IMF publish no eno na yempani for na do mo suko a the aye hunu ye de beto abonten ansa na ochina finance minister aba be kan ni media review edikan ne ye hu se omo de intricacies bebre ena omo de announce numbers bi e ma ne ye nkofo de se Ghana economy no asesanso wa oni mu abrabom sika na wo se ba aban akache na omo de abo yakohoma no se sika no aban sese ye no ne nsanka enu nti no ene ma hodo wo se aban etua kama ye no ontumi ntua nti no wo kohwe nkrata mu wo se o the friend primary balance ana oman sikeda ho no ho aye fefefe so no kra ne se ontua ne ma bebre wo se otua contractor fo ahodo a ontua ene ma hodo de ne nsa aka ono aka so be ya ontua no ni na eda yanim etoso mienu ontua sa ne ma we san se ni sika mbanti no se se we fi ase e bobesia kese no a wo hwe Bank of Ghana data na yeka edika page over 40 billion Ghana cedis eno da chenkra no ankra osan ba parliament say yensa ma no $1 billion almost $1 billion boso min kunu mpeni a IMF eja ne ho no se ade na fi ase ejigu a wa start bobesia be $1 billion na de twato a yeka ho asem ne se we nyina nkangu nchen no ne bosha ahodo o ka se obedi so no oni so the 24-hour economy o ka se obehwe no aye no mfia be mienu ni after sika ye de ama ne nyina no wontumi hu NDC chairman ba ko ne bapo enye adwuma 24-hour economy no emu and NDC women's organizer ne baba akopo enye adwuma e 24-hour economy no emu nso aban ya manu sika 650 billion mfia mienu ye di kan ya total appropriation ohwe free SHS a nana akufo Dr. Bawumia dija na nana akufo Dr. Bawumia anko bobesia fanye free SHS enro abegina parliament so hia besia $300 million e de akwa akoye free SHS eho adwuma ne nema hodo disi na nisu so be nkokon ketenkete no aba bagie atum se nkofo okum nkokon ye den ewe enema hodo bebro ka so be no ontumi nye nti dia yesre finance minister ne se ochina obegina parliament a enya afi na oba beto anansesem a kire yen data na Bank of Ghana and finance ministry IMF ne World Bank a publish no eno no nka mu no kure nye ho no be announcement foforo izan se policies ne de wedi kan announce ne mum akohomasika na onya ntua nya afi na obe announce policy foforo ba ko na o announce ye na onya ho sika entua no on kire yen kwan obenya ho sika etua mano sisa medamase. Colleagues, so we'll take your questions and depending on which of our subcommittees at the finance level these questions are directed to, I'll deal with some. I'll invite some of my other colleagues to also deal with some. Yeah, so we'll take a few. If you don't have questions too, we can end it here. Questions? Yes, sir. City.
What does it mean really for the Bank of Ghana to say that it is not going to fund them? And again, we've heard from government that the good work essentially, with all the costs that are incurred, is essential for the sort of stability that the economy has experienced and for which government is seeking to push for growth.
So I would give a preliminary response. I'll invite any of my colleagues who feel moved by the spirit to join me. Well, first of all, if the Bank of Ghana says it will no longer fund gold boards, gold purchase program, the question is why? The answer is that they have made significant losses on it. In September, when we sounded the alarm, the loss was around $214 million. And we asked for a probe, and you recall that they blocked the probe in Parliament. By the end of the year, it had risen to about $900 million. I'm sure you know what $900 million can do. How many Agenda 111 hospitals it can complete so that nursing students can be recruited, doctors can be recruited, lives can be saved. How many contractors, could have been paid so that they will continue with stalled projects in different parts of the country. $900 million is a lot of money. But because they refused and they pretended it wasn't happening, that's where the loss went to. Between January and June, they were still continuing. We are still computing what even that extra loss is. We'll give you that figure as we go along. But now the Bank of Ghana is confirming that what we said was true. And so they will no longer bear this loss. The government and the gold board will need to tell us how they are going to finance this loss, because the structure they are running, if you buy gold at a premium price and sell at the world market price, you will make losses. So who is going to bear that loss? Is it the gold board or is it the finance ministry? They have to tell us where that loss will go. And what we have to do is to ask what the opportunity cost of that loss is, what else that money could have been used for. Millions of young Ghanaians who are looking for jobs, if this money could not have been put into some initiatives which would have given them jobs. So we are waiting for them to tell us where they will move that loss to. But when the governor appeared in Parliament a few days ago and they blocked the media from covering, one of his written answers explained that what is really anchoring the city is not the gold board. It is the domestic gold purchase program. So even that narrative that they tell you, that, this government likes a lot of settings and PR narratives. That narrative they tell you that is the gold board. The governor's answer shows clearly that that is not true. And this is why they don't want you to hear from the governor himself. Colleagues, I don't know if anybody wants to add something to Dr. Amin.
Well, thank you, Chairman. You put it rightly. But we have to put this stability in context. When they say because of gold balls rule, they have brought stability, and therefore Ghanaians should accept the cost of that stability. You can achieve stability without incurring the kind of losses that we saw under gold board and the Bank of Ghana. And I'll give you some examples. The inflation that we are talking so much about, by the end of 2022, the inflation rate was 54%, if you recall. 54%. And we all understood the circumstances. The war was a factor because it challenged global logistics movement, imported inflation, and many other reasons. 54%. By the end of 2024, it had come down to 23%. That is a decline by 31 percentage points. They have brought it to today, what? About 5%. So if a government that brought inflation from 54% to 23%, 31 percentage point decline, can a government that brought it from 23% to 5% say it did better? Can that government say that it did better? One government brought it from 54% to 23%, a decline by 31 percentage points. And the other brought it to now 5% from the 23%. That's about 18% or so. 18 percentage points. But we did it without incurring the losses that we are incurring today. So you cannot tell me that Ghanaians should accept the losses because it brought stability. Another government brought down the inflation by more than what you did without incurring those losses. So that cannot be, accepted. I also talk about the depreciation itself, depreciation of the cedi. By the end of 2022, the cedi was depreciating at 52%. You remember when we said that Ghana had lost the international capital market? The cedi was depreciating by 52%. By the time we left government in 2024, by the end of 2024, the cedi was depreciating by between 18% to 20%. So the government that brought the depreciation of the cedi from 52% to about 18-20% did not incur such losses. How can they then come and say that because of the losses incurred by the Bank of Ghana, we now have the stability? But another government achieved, greater stability without incurring those losses. We talk about reserves. Today they are talking about $13 billion. Before we left government, we had built the reserves through the Bank of Ghana to the tune of $9 billion US. We handed over $9 billion US in international reserves to them. We didn't incur those losses. So when you talk about stability and therefore the huge cost of $900 million US is justified because of that stability, I don't think Ghanaians, will just accept this. They must give us proper explanation. And I tell you, is it that they don't want the stability again if the Bank of Ghana is now announcing that they will cease the pre-financing of gold purchases? They don't want the stability again. They still want the stability. So why will they stop the financing of gold bought? Already inflation has inched up from 3.4% to 5.3%. We are losing it. The cedi, which was appreciating in 2025, remember they said the cedi appreciated by about 40%. From the beginning of 2026 to date, the cedi has depreciated by about 8%. Depreciated by 8%. It's no longer appreciating the appreciation we saw in 2025. Today, it is depreciated by 8%. And if you go to the market, by more than 10%. Don't they want the stability again? So why are they stopping the financing of the gold bought purchases? And so let's don't take this explanation, which I think is below the belt.
Thank you. We'll take another round of questions. By the way, when Dr. Amin talked of reserves, the Bank of Ghana data shows that in the last about 2 to 3 months, our reserves have lost about $1.2 billion. The minister needs to explain to us where those reserves have gone. Have they used it for market intervention, i.e. pumping on the market, which they have now coined a new phrase for, which they call market intermediation, or what? Where is the $1.2 billion of our reserves going to? Colleagues, I'll take a final batch of questions, if there are any. Final batch of questions, if there are any. Medase, NPP aban senior monimno obabemu January 7th, 2017. September na no fiase eye free SHS. Na NPP aban de okan ne say free SHS ya de a ehia so man no ankasa ma ne ye na hia sem. Nti oman no di ni sika o sese ne ne di kan penifo se ye de ehia ansa na ye de eden e fata. Ti oman ne sese ne ehia a e wo so ya free SHS di mu akotene wo so de oman ne sika ye. Nti mfie nwotwe a yetena aban mu no yankobo besia se ye de service besia ne na ebe free SHS. Ye de Ghana sika annual budget funding amount fi ye mineral resources ni mu enana ye di tua free SHS nka. Fofi Antoata NDC a oka say first of all double track nti wo hwe ya omo party chairman announce say double track say within a year omo betumi a year free ho. Fofi Antoata and NDC aban say ohia be $300 million besia fi World Bank and sana ne bosha or shefa free SHS ho no wetumi ediso. Se kosa bi wo hwa e bebisa omo na wo say ebisa om say ne ba ne sen ena ade a mo se mo nya de a mo beche ho kra be afe mo wo akwaniasan betumi afaso na matumi asolve de amususu say e problem wo ho no ba ne sen ne de ba ya mo ba beje besia $300 million for free SHS. And no kira wo say NDC aban no mo to opposition na o mpetumi a the ombeka bia ne the ombeka omba bemua na to atase ebi na sabri ato me no omba parliament no kekesi ani a na wotwe beyen kunu pe after IMF ECF ne NDC no omba parliament say yemma sika okeka bomu a ekeka ko beye $1 billion. IMF board no crampo en review last ECF no en wiye no mafi ase e bobusia foforo nti omom jejereje pam cho say question foforo bi o ho a ye be take answer na ewie. Sure.
So you also recall that last week or so, the government announced that they have reached the final stage of the debt restructuring, and that the debt restructuring was coming to an end. A lot of you media houses carried that story. But what you didn't do was to ask for the details. Before the NPP government left, as the Honorable Kojo Opong Nkrumah said, we had concluded 98% of the debt restructuring. The remaining 2% amounted to $2.8 billion. That is what was left for them to also do. But what have they done? I know that they've reached an agreement with Afrexim about $700 million. The Sederia exchange of notes, the one they said they have reached the final stage, it's just about $117 million. So if you have left $2.8 billion with them, and they've done $700 million with Afrexim, $117 million with Sederia, what is left? You still have about $2 billion of debts yet to be restructured. Now, this government says they are good, they are efficient. A government that did 98%, you say they are bad. And the 2% left for you to do, 2 years, almost 2 years now, they haven't been able to do it. And so, media people, when they publish something, when they announce something, let's interrogate it. But everybody was carrying. Government has come to the end of the debt restructuring. They have reached the final stage with the exchange of notes between government and Sedera. That is not the final stage. There is still about $2 billion that they have not been able to negotiate. And that's the difference between the NPP government and the NDC government. We deliver. They do propaganda. Because why will you announce you have come to the end when you know that you still have $2 billion of the eligible debt to be restructured? The last point I'd like to mention is that the energy sector, if you recall, in the 2026 budget statement, the Minister for Finance announced that they had spent $1.47 billion to clear the energy sector debts. Again, most of you media houses, you carried it. Government clears energy sector debts. When you say clear energy sector debts, it means that you have repaid all debts outstanding in the energy sector. But that was the word used. Again, you didn't interrogate them. What do you mean by cleared? But you all carried it. That's the propaganda. Indeed, the World Bank has projected that by the end of this year, 2026, the debt in the energy sector will reach $9 billion. $9 billion. If the reforms, the energy sector reforms, the government is supposed to implement, have not been implemented. What does that mean? The same World Bank, 2 weeks ago, gave a damning verdict on this government's implementation of the same energy sector reforms. You published it. The World Bank said that the implementation of the energy sector recovery program was unsatisfactory. Unsatisfactory. That is the word used by the World Bank on this government's implementation of the energy sector reforms. And by their failure to implement the energy sector reforms, debts are accumulating. As I speak to you, fuel debts that have accumulated is quite huge. So what debts have they cleared? Why would the debts end at $9 billion United States dollars by the end of 2026? And so the minister should use the review budget tomorrow to tell the Ghanaian public why they failed to implement the energy sector reforms and what measures they are going to put in place. They call themselves reset government, to reset the implementation of the reforms and bring these reforms on track so that we avoid doomsday. Otherwise, the doomsday we all don't like and we pray against, this government is going to bring it back. Because the debts that have accumulated will compel them to give up the proper management of the energy sector. And so these are some of the questions we want them to answer. If under an IMF program, you have failed to implement the energy sector reforms, then what will happen now that we are not under an IMF program? And this is why I say sometimes that the IMF went to sleep. When this new government came into government, the IMF went to sleep. Because they have failed to hold this government accountable to the policies and reforms that they are supposed to be implementing. And this is why they have opted for the PCI, to continue to be under IMF surveillance and supervision, because they haven't implemented the reforms they are supposed to implement. And so thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. 20 years. Epikan aba in town prison in prayer aba be share Monday Wontumi. Nemo mami said to me a bit Hanum. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, honorable Fred Blaine, and so our Hanum, honorable afternoon Martin, our minority leader, on our Hanum. Minokase, Mampum, LP, Ora, and Prichon. Also, our Hanum, you will free and me is still now party executive. Besides, in some so executive, and we from our Hanuma, almost almost a year chairman, which we can Dr. Bawumia, and no more after no market. I think a party chairman, almost human temper, the almost insider in prepare one PMIM, you want to change want to meet him at it. Nia almost can call ya won't buy it, say the TB papa pay, and over share then ya would be every a court a video. We wouldn't fish and I won't say what fire would come. Now so ocean TB the TB. The balance of security and a very tight and what the and jump on Ibiama at the share send ya Tibiano at our hand, but in prepare no can say, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, honorable Phenoma can need a Kukudama, can be a woman PPD, insider, Su, and Omnipa, honorable, can say, NPP chairman or work Masi, a Gusu, Asian, TBM, minister.
For the purposes of emphasis and clarity, you read Yoko's letters. Now you know what GAPT is in the audit report.
Yes.
Now you know what PNY investment is in the audit report. And now you know what BIMABA is in the audit report. These are the three things that Iyoko invited me to discuss with me on.
Based on the petition from
the parent executive secretary. Obi, Yankani in album 3.2 million for GAPT.
Yes.
588,000 for the PNY investment.
Which has already been
student now has already been, but they make us and make a point.
Okay.
And then 5.2 million for GAPT. Okabumwa, 9 million and 5,000.
9 million and 5,000. Okay. These are the three issues flagged by the audit report.
And these are the three issues written to me by the executive secretary. Okay. And these are the three issues written to me by Iyoko. And yet, miraculously, under some strange circumstances, Iyoko, in even writing on the back of the invitation on the petition from IMCC, still inflated this 9 million
to 20 million. Almost say about 20 million.
Yes, it's okay.
Yeah,
it's okay. Me, like I said, I don't have a problem. But if you say these are the three issues, then these three issues do not amount to 20 million. They amount to 9 million. For whatever reason why you did 20, you only know. But again, facts are facts. I don't know, you don't fight those things. And I feel me buy a discussion. I've been cooperating. I was with you. Obi, I didn't even hear my intro.
Yes.
All the things that were happening on the street. Monday 9:30 p.m. And I'm saying same crowd for they were protesting on my behalf. I didn't even know. It wasn't Monday, Tuesday. Yes, Tuesday. And I remember Tuesday in Numre. And I remember in fact, a reanimu around. And remember, about 4 p.m. when they were transporting me to go and do a search in my house.
Yeah.
And I mean, who says I was shocked when I saw the people. Because I was even telling them, but how? How did people get to know about this? And I say, I'm on Crawford now. And I'm saying, no. The people that knew I was here have strict instructions to ensure that this doesn't happen. It's here moving in one. I mean, we say, a friend is saying, I'm on Crawford, be editor. I say, oh, it's all over social media. Before I realized that apparently David Tamaklu, who is very closely associated with the Yoko, is the one that made the first post about my detention at Yoko. Fast forward. Many Yoko for come if pictures of Muko take here. I want me fear midday when they showed it.
I know why I'm gonna take pictures.
Yoko, I was with them. All the pictures them I know man for uncle how to mincha. They took and then you shared it. It's okay. It's okay. Nina and yeah issue. Obi politics and yeah, maybe a politician. Me crown and menya NDC in business and come you know, you're just doing politics. So all those things don't bother me. My real border is the official statement. You see, people like David Tamaklo and Co. They are just doing their social media, doing their politics. It's an NDC guy doing his politics. It's okay, but for an organization like Yoko, you don't do that to your citizen. You don't do that to your citizen. Know me very well that this is what you are discussing with me in there.
Yes.
And then you put out there a different figure. In fact, I've asked them.
You've asked them about the 50.
Yes, I asked them.
Because again, sitting here, and maybe Iyoko had written to you, said, "Bra, on these 3 issues." But in the process, they may have identified other issues.
So I asked them. Okay.
Well, if there are any other issues, they have to let you know.
Yes. Okay. As far as you've been able to put it out there in a statement there, that means you've settled on something. Okay, can you please tell me, as I am sitting here, the kana 55 million offer our they told me say almost 55 million will be
Yoko officers.
Yes, Kachem said they didn't give any 55 million out to anybody. And they are right. You can't, because the fact of the matter is that in my engagement with them, there is no 55. In fact, there cannot be 55 million OB. Organization didn't have. Organization didn't have 55 million.
The Yoko officers now can they deny this statement?
Well, they can deny. If they deny it, they should come bring the 55 million out.
Where they got the 55 million from?
Now we investigating 55 million. Wontumi can't tell me. It's a ban is saying Wontumi 55. It's so deny a veto bonds.
From the 3 issues they are investigating you on. No, can you
9 million and 5,000.
Even that.
And no 3.2 or gapti. It's gapti no more MD no or kwaji on ho. 558,000. Accountant. 5.2 million. Any conversation that Yoko is having with me in terms of procurement process. I know Krampono almost say consultant no ye adwuma no or ye wadanfo. We have identified the consultants and they were down for. And see, that is what we are on now. It's okay. Some of the money in our processes. So besides your conversations. And see, that's why I keep saying, and no, it's nothing. And yeah, dear, just who you could say, yeah, investigation. Oh, yeah, my consultant be contract consultants, you know, were down for. And I didn't know the man were down for conversations. Oh, maybe I'm down for, but I wasn't part of the selection process. Selection process was done by somebody else near the Obinasa Kroma and I for your business.
Yes.
President in New York ran your business. President in New York a cabinet koje your friend is saying gold mining. So president will QC no.
Yeah.
Now, have you ever heard me speak against the president brother doing business? No. You know why? Because I keep insisting. I've said it everywhere. Say Bawumia be president. Ninuya Abraham Bawumia, as we speak, or your businessman from President Kufuor time, or your businessman at Amel's time, or your businessman Mahama time, or your businessman Kufuor time. It is a Bawumia be president. Abraham Bawumia should not stop being a businessman. So he will still do business. That is why when you go to cabinet and go and take a gold concession for because I want you to put it on record, say, if Ibrahim Mahama is doing business, which I have no problem with, then there is no way, say, Abraham Bawumia cannot do business when Bawumia is president. Because as we speak, Bawumia is not president, but Abraham Bawumia is doing business. Why should Abraham Bawumia all of a sudden stop doing business? And that is why I always had issues with the NDC people who were always going after Gabi or Chedakon, Kanduforiata and all this. I said, stop what you are doing. Because the fact that Gabi's cousin or uncle as president doesn't all of a sudden stop him from doing anything in his life. It's where we have been since Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and said consultancy 5.2 million. Audit reports say, and guess I'm here international competitive bidding, and I mean use international competitive bidding. And I yoko you consultants and call you or your best friend. Your best friend, I want to shubum, your business. Your come account to Mukre, Musa was sending Skada, Musa was sending Skada into the Yeshum. It's okay. There's no problem with that. Consultancy, you want
the 5.2 million.
What is the label? Read the label.
In the way, Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development, MMDC is Community Engagement 2022-2023. Okay, from IMCC.
Yes.
It is a reporter, Bima Bafone submit.
Yes. Inti ejumani niye, ena yoko say, oh, ejumana moye no, what the ma wadanfo, ena wadanfo eye ejumano.
Oh, okay.
So that is what we've been discussing for the past 3 days, 4 days at Yoko. You understand? Bobby, on the back of this report, Cabinet established a Cabinet subcommittee.
A report you crab.
Yes, a Cabinet subcommittee to look at the needs, the priority projects are a war report timua a bind to me a fan and 10 temus why. Near money been a coffee drip by.
From this report? Yes,
in a coffee drip in India by because we realized that most of the needs for the assemblies were roads. Baby now roads. So government decided that listen, we may not be able to asphalt or tar every road at the same time. Machines in at least any permanent presence in the district. There was a subcommittee set up by cabinet. Now the chief of staff and the vice president, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, were co-chair. Director of research at the presidency and the secretary. Me and I'm coordinator. There are other reports that came out of that from this. Itemizing ABA, said this should be our short list of ABA 30. That 30 has been shortlisted. Then further shortlisted by the subcommittee to identify which ones government can get done within that space of time. And identify agencies are binding to be a clinic. Now committee now fair health insurance say more project fund no. And all of that. So all those things have been done. But that is what Yoko is discussing with me. Obi, how do you discuss 5.2 million consultancy work with me? And then you put a statement out saying we're investigating for 55 million. Now we are DM Pana winning film.
In this country, to put it bluntly, we are all hypocrites. That is how I'm putting it. We are all hypocrites. Eduji is a hypocrite. Kofi Benzo is a hypocrite.
We have condemned you people, and I've condemned them too.
I think I am the only person that is not a hypocrite. And I'll explain to you why. Don't interject me. I'll explain to you why. You see, me, I know I have a very big mouth. So everything I say, I make sure that I am very sure that tomorrow, either I will say the same thing or I'll keep quiet. NDC hasn't done that. This government, this president has gone after free speech. There is no other way of putting it. He has, in fact, it's a presidential policy. The man said that he is even going to use our IPs to identify us and find us where we are. You see, when you want to control my speech, it's not free. Free speech and hate speech are not the same. They are not close. They are two different things. So let's not attempt to draw some parallels or cousins between them. They are different.
And irresponsible speech is different from.
If you want to control what I say, then there's no free speech. It means that before I speak freely, I must filter it and be sure it will please you, or you accept it. And there's a reason why I say that. There is a letter written to Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo by President Mahama, then opposition leader, and has been shared on Adiju's WhatsApp, Facebook wall. That's why I'm saying he's a hypocrite, and he accepts it. He knows why I'm saying that. February 11, 2022. And when we finish, he has to change the settings on his Facebook. It makes it difficult for me to search. There's a way he has to do it so that it's easy. I'll show him. This is what, this is President Mahama. Dear President Akufo-Addo, I'll just jump them. I am appalled at the growing criminalization of speech and journalism in Ghana under your watch in this 21st century. Then he goes on to itemize some of the things. And I'll pick two issues that he itemizes. One, he picked an issue of Captain Smart that had been picked up by the police for inciting an uprising by the Ghana army at Parliament and calling for a Rwanda kind of situation in Ghana. He cites it as one of the things that he's appalled that the Akufo-Addo had gone, and he calls Akufo-Addo out because the police had gone in to pick up his mat. Is here, the letter is here. Oh. So let's accept that. Let's accept that. No, it's here. It's on Eduji's wall, February 11th. Continue. Let's accept that. The president today actually makes all of us understand from this that he is the one that is gone after these 17 people and not the police, per this analogy. And let's accept that. Number 2, he goes on to now reference Muammar Banier and a journalist, another journalist, who had also been arrested. And hear me clearly what he had done. The police had arrested him and is on Eduji's wall for alleging on his show that Nana Danko Akufo-Addo had met some 7 Superior Court judges ostensibly to plan with them so that should there be an election petition at the Supreme Court, they will skew it for Nana Danko Akufo-Addo. Is there. The president then goes on to name and list several issues and cases of arrest of citizens that had made, speeches and all of that, like we are experiencing today. I have never, in my entire political career, ever stood anywhere to support the police going to arrest anybody. Not when Akufo-Addo was president, not when Kufuor was president, not now. Listen, when President Kufuor was president, when President Rawlings was president, when even I was NPP and I was Tescon, we used to walk from Legon to the council with our botos and our shorts down there protesting and demonstrating against the president. Today that students don't demonstrate. Those times we joined the demonstration, and we were all on Legon campus together. We joined the demonstration when the vandals descend without even knowing what it's about. And by the time we realized we were at Castle, protesting and demonstration, that was even time when President Kufuor was president. I am never on record. That's why I'm saying I'm not a hypocrite. In fact, I am on record on my Facebook wall for calling out the Ghana police for arresting people when the Akufo-Addo was president. It's there, it's on my wall. I have always been against that. So I can speak freely. But he can't. Because when I go to his wall, there are several posts he has shared when the Akufo-Addo was president, where he was expressing displeasure for the police arresting people for making certain commentaries against Akufo-Addo, including even people who may have said things against the First Lady, like we have experienced with some 17. Yes, and he was against it. The problem I have with Eduji and all the other people in NDC today is that you might as well have kept quiet. Because all these things that are happening, which I admit, under the NPP, the police had done similar things, are the same thing happening now, which you spoke against. Now, you see, the question and the point I'm trying to find out today from Honorable Bombadi is that this whole hate speech and free speech and responsible speeches, is it only when it's against people in government? And after, please give me a little time, I beg you. Is it only against people in government? I'm saying that because I am always on TV and radio, and I don't know when I'll fall foul to some of these things. So I want to have my time. Why is it that my presidential candidate, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, is insulted by people in the NDC from morning till evening on TikTok? I have the names, I have the videos. Okay? That the police are there on TikTok, they are cyber security units, they are there on TikTok, on Facebook, but I have never, for once, seen any of these NDC guys picked up or arrested for inciting violence against Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. We are in this country, when there's a gentleman in the US who came into this country, got national security protection, driven to the Supreme Court, when there was warrants and things against him, then he was let go. And this is somebody that has insulted every chief in this country, has insulted even the president, this president. Every presidential candidate in this country. He has gone after every judge, gone after every pastor, gone after every chief, gone after the president. He has said it openly that he made the president of this republic and that he can bring him down. He walks freely. So don't come and talk to me about laws and hate speech and, we are hypocrites. It is only when we think it benefits us, and there's a certain reason why that is happening. We are beginning to have a certain herd immunity mindset when it comes to how we treat our citizens. Why are you treating me miracles? Not as a citizen of this country, but because I am MPP. I am a Methodist, I am MPP, I'm a Guan. Why are you putting me in a head? Why are you putting me in a group? If I commit a crime, hold me solely responsible. And treat me according to what the law says you should treat me. Alfred, it's a very dangerous thing we are setting for ourselves. And when some of my party people say that when the tables turn, they will do the same, they are not playing.
Yes, it's wrong.
They are not playing. It will be escalated because people are writing it. People are noting it. And I started talking about this in 2025. When I said that, I admit, whenever there is a change in government, there were a lot of things, some of these things happen. Can we agree to put a stop to it?
Yes.
And say that enough is enough? Let's begin to halt some of these things. When I said that, some of my NDC friends agreed with me. Some too felt like, hey, we've come to power, we should continue. You think that you go and arrest somebody for speaking, and when the table turns, that person has forgotten about you, they will come after you in multiple fold, and we'll be having the same conversation. I am saying what I am saying today because when the table turns, and somebody in my party is doing it to you, I can still speak because I'm speaking against it now, and I spoke against it then. Why are we doing this to ourselves, Alfred?
Okay.
That we say we have a law that says that nobody is above the law, including the judge. Well, we know in this country when judges took goods and money as bribes and skilled judgment. Have you gone to the magistrate courts and the small courts in the district before? I was an MC. There were occasions that I went to those courts. You weep when you see how citizens are being treated in those places where there are small lawyers, and some of them don't even have representation. So the reality is that indeed there can be judges that can be political. They are not above the law. If you are a judge and I have a case before you, and I think that you are singling me out and you are trying to use your position to come after me, there is a law that allows me to call you out and even petition and get you removed. So if for whatever reason you think that somebody has said that a certain judge is a political judge, it is not the police that comes to arrest the person and throws the person to jail. I am saying this because, I'm saying this not because I support what the person has said. Hear me well. I am saying that whether you are the president, you are the chief justice, you are whatever it is, when somebody comes after your person or your integrity, the laws are there. It doesn't include police kidnapping me and putting me in jail. It says that I should take you on and let you prove how I became political. And if you fail to do that, the laws will punish you, which if it includes jailing, you are jailed. But the situation where we find ourselves today, that if the thing goes against people in government, then we weaponize it and call it hate speech and peddling falsehood. That is the danger that I am worried about, and I think Eduji should also worry about. Now, Alfred, let's look at all the 17 issues. None of them are issues that Miracles will say with my mouth, or would even go into a meeting and tell my party person to say it. But the question is, since when did it become a crime? The things they've said. We're in this country, when Eduji and his party, including senior members of this government, were on the street, the communications officer of the NDC, Sami Jemfi, saying exactly what this lady has said today. In fact, what this lady has said today that she said, Kuna na do mami, eradie kuna na do mami.
And we sang it
against mami, eradie kuna na do mami.
So why is it not a crime?
Why? There is a gentleman who sits, what's his name? Is it Hunto? There's a gentleman who sits on Wazo TV or so. He said it in plain language that he is surprised that another is not dead. And that God should just kill him in a plane crash. So today, if you are showing me,
so how should all these be dealt with?
No. So I'm saying that if you are showing me, if you are showing me these cases, and today you are in government, your conversation shouldn't be that they've done something. The law should. You are hypocrites, because when you are in opposition, similar cases, you spoke against it, and the president today wrote a letter to Ekufuado. All the cases are listed in the letter. I'll give it to you. I can give it to you to share.
No, you condemn all these statements. You say it's these statements, even if they were said by persons within the party, your party, you don't associate with them. How do we address
no.
Because it's an issue.
Let's agree. Let's agree that we have a difference between morality and crime.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I am a Methodist.
And civil wrong.
Okay, I have went to Sunday school, went through. I can disagree with you. I can debate with you. I'll never insult you. It doesn't mean that another person doesn't reserve the right to insult you. That is his business. For some other citizens, they want to insult you.
That's what they do.
The point is, if I insult you, is it a crime? If I say you, the judge, you are political, there's no crime. I'm not supposed to be in jail for even 30 minutes. I'm supposed to be sued by you. You understand what I'm saying? If I say that the Gauls should kill the president, I would never say that in my life. Never in my life would I say that. But if somebody says that the Gauls should kill the president, it is not a crime.
Oh, I wish you were there.
Or I wish that Eduji is dead. It is not a crime. If Eduji, even for whatever reason, feels slanted, it is not up to the Ghana police to go and bundle the person and put in jail. It is up to Eduji to come and seek redress and deal with the matter with you. My worry is that, is the police for all of us? Or it is only when the issue is against the MPACU or the boss MD that the police feels that it is of national security threat. Otherwise, even as we speak today, there are people that in the last 3 days that have issued threats, insults against other citizens of this country. And that is why I said that we are building a certain herd immunity mindset. That when people are being treated under the laws of Ghana, we don't treat them as citizens, but we treat them based on the groups and the organizations that we believe in. So somebody has said something. This young lady, and I wrap up, has said something. Something distasteful. You want to deal with it. Why are you saying that NPP people?
She's a citizen.
Okay. Why are you saying that NPP people? Why are you saying that the NPP? She's a citizen. What does the law say about dealing with a citizen? This thing, that we are saying it slowly, and we are playing with it like that. We will be here one day. There will be another rogue policeman under another government that will come for you, Alfred. So using the same principle.
Hold on.
I was arrested like that. You remember when lawyer Martin Kebu used to be here every Ekufa the OSP. The day he was arrested by the OSP in the way that he found rogue, you saw the way he was all over the place and writing.
Okay, thank you. Now the reference you made about the person on the Wezo TV, I've just received a message from the person with the name George Tay says Hunter has never come to Wezo TV before. So please correct.
I mean, I've gotten the name wrong, but there's a video.
I think that's just a correction.
No, I know. But Alfred, I'm saying that.
You made the point.
I'm making a call. I'm making a call on the president. I'm making a call. The call I'm making on the president is that on February 11th, 2022, he had a very good reason to write a letter to the then president.
Let's share it. That letter.
Okay. It's not going to be your last comment.
But let me wrap up well.
I'm not going to come back to you.
Let me wrap up well. He wrote a letter to the then president Akufo-Addo, and it was a very passionate letter, talking about free speech and giving examples of what he feels were attack on free speech by the president. Eduji published it on his wall, and the letter is here. I'm begging him. Everything he wrote in that letter are still very, very, very active. Fortunately, you have become president. You have the mandate and you have the power.
But say read bill now. Read the bill now. The bill says that the object of this bill, the memorandum accompanying the bill, the object of this bill is that there are gaps within the judicial system, the judicial setup, and this is intended to fill the gaps, and that the object of the bill is intended to fill the gaps by establishing these regional tribunals and district tribunals, when clearly the constitution provides there in the determination of where a regional tribunal is established, that is within the remit of the Chief Justice. I mean, you take it from all sides. As Yumedu has summed it up, you take it from all sides. It is unconstitutional. The motivation is not any filling of any gap which is in the judicial system. It's all intended to fulfill the promise that, look, NDC lawyers be prepared and get to the bench. When he came, he has appointed as many as over 110 judges, and that we are using the tribunal route to also to get more NDC people there and get more NDC laymen, so that then we will say that we have taken full control, full charge over the judicial system. That is the motivation, nothing more.
Mesha bill na one more passing the MP waha. I'm not sure if this is the bill before. I don't know if we're the same as the one after the passage, because consideration stage means there might be no amendments. I'm not. But given this, the memorandum need the answer. Memorandum of accompanying the bill, Chairman General, was signed on May 15.
May 15 years.
May 15. It's instructive. Sadano a day of mutiny. And Chaya this year, so I'm saying another Chief Justice Tokono mean say suspension warrant no se it was also signed on May 15. What is it?
Maybe a coincidence.
I was with the Maminchi na memo akwa banfa ombra Randy J report so. Na ene mpenimfo enimdifo mienu akwakwatena kwa mesefa kan dwumade so. Na ekwan a wonom de NDC aban ne niema bi a woye afaso no de na kyerese NDC for no ankasa enya daje na omo hwesa video ino mu tie futuo ene nsem ahodo a ewo video we mu a yedi adanse se wo my Ghana ba bi a NDC aban wagine ni akire no kyese ano odin pa na ho nso wotoro ye behwe ase esi ye nche bebre no a eno mo de komra hye bedwafie mu se sa district tribunal na se regional tribunal court wa ompeso mo de ba no yenhwe ne yengi ntum ne nam se NDC amonyokuo wo mo na hye bedwafo dooso mo na hye bedwafie mu nti wo mo de bibi kwa ade enche kura na yaje atum nti wono mo de ade yi hyehyɛ so ani na enu ani nansa na yehu ya ne sa na dwode hyiom wono mo apase sa tribunal bill no ya say the bill sa hodo Ghana fo hwe ni mu senka mo behwe nanka o mabobo hu nanka John Dramani Mahama Ghana mampani wasan amaya ne de ebesi nne wonu mintimintu hu ana ma nenso niema ebeboa party no de ene gidigidi no a no magina so ntentem na wonum apase bill no ye behwe asa district tribunal yo mo kire se wo hwetete ho no nsemoni eba bedi no my Ghana mu ha kakran mpani fo hwe ye efiri ho na enne NDC sade aba no a na chese botaye bi eda akire eno da nchen ya His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ba ye kam ya yese we pia obia se o maye judge obia wo se o mna maye judge se de be ya obetimi consider wo mu yie no o ma doso wo man ni mu na chine bi no se bi oni ho kura na sa tentene ne ba wono so betimi nya judge fo bi ya wono na di wo mu kosisi so se de be ya wo betimi adibidi ama NDC amonyoku ye be ka ya bra His Excellency nana adodan ko akufu ado wo te ho no oboa ajudge fo papa obank obekumase a si appeals court judges wo mo bangolos ya wo hwe edan pon no se do si bia no de ma wo mo kire se opese wo mo ho to wo mo na enso so wanfa adwumayefo e wa appeals court ana se wanpegya bi edibrem metimi aka se na do buy ni 8 years ni nyina wo hwe nipa o ma wo mbeye judges a kete wo si bi o nipa be se feel bi e no do mbeye judges fi se sebe yo mampani a yemfa sa de no nya manwosem bebre no a yemfa nya manwosem nenso so ebre ya NDC amonyokuo ba ye afi ba ko ne fa entamu nie no judge omo ya ba ye omo judge se bro 120 omo bro 100 and over a omo nyina His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ayo omo judge eno da nchen so say o start district tribunal na ba ya tribunal no so ye be sa afa nipa foforo ye mpotemu omo ko school do akire nyina betime nya sa tribunal ne bia de hianse wani edene na ye kyese ne mpanifo no akire ne mamam ye hu se ba bia se Ghana ye kono ano ode eno da nchen so say de ya chew na abaso no a ye do court a bill ya betwa to tresu nyaade a wo benyaade aba se de be ye befa so atete wo nyina no won mo ka ho asem a kyese o man Ghana ye nyina ye e wo kwan a NDC amonyokuo won pese o mo de kabi mamin kabi amamuyo no efa so na ye san koye nchi te se soja aban nhyehyeye no enyaade e beboa ye nyadaje na ye ntie kabila eni mpanifo ahodo mo betena so a won mo kyerɛkyerɛ nsɛm fa de ekoso o man Ghana mo no yenso so yetimi asua de wadaro ma mesrew wo de like video de ma me ne share fa wadwen kyerɛ so bra na yenyina yensua de nso ewom
ezu ye ban omo chi omo galamse no omo atu omumu ye be ma omo amnesty na omo asaba ezu Lojidi se emebia omo fomye omo enu omo ho enti ye be yi omo na ya ma omo another chance
say na hwehwe mu ada na di say PNDC law 42 na establish a tribunal system no nyama na omo ye ni bebre adanse wo se na emfa mra kwan so na nyamra na omo di ye adwuma enti omo bo modern say omo create something almost something like challenging a middle ground no and almost the regional tribunal say what article 142 na ho deni ni tumi wo 143 na enu achi no a constitution ba ye consultative assembly so committee of experts denu mu edi ye adwuma no ana enu achi enfie pi mampani dada a wanya ni ba bi ko. In fact, he was mampani a wanya ni ba bi ko. He didn't become former president. Professor John Evans Atamels. Commission.
And now 82 years.
Oh, nkotiasi.
Otiasi na ka 82.
Ya me fa ni kransie.
Amen.
Chairman General.
Kwamra Bonfe.
Commissioner or power yes wo mo hwehwe ya mamra no mu. Ode obinfu mu okunini emeritus professor Fiajo. Eto ano. Wo mo doso mu a ehwehwe mu ana mu hunu se. Sa tribunal regional tribunal na wo no. Ye mfa asam kra ma wo munti akoye bibia ha dwenti entwam and a government white paper Professor Mills G2 mu ansa na oko Nekrechi as abre no me amede share His Excellency John Dramani Mahama no vice president white paper no G2 mu say the regional tribunal system no should be abolished. The word they used there was abolished, de-established.
Just Yenchum
regional tribunal no. I no cry no question article 143 1 and 2 now. The rules of court were guiding high courts. And now Fufian Tuata Emeritus Professor Fiajo Commission report no. Chairman General yamfa nyadwuma white paper Professor Mills yapenso ye issue ye yamfa nyadwuma Constitutional Review Implementation Committee mampani Mahama ebedi animu ma omuso adwuma no Chairman General Ankosiaga ana yaba animu a mampani Mahama sambe president no be president nanu ya na opao Professor H Kosi Prempese Omunhwe Constitutional Review Commission work no de na kasa ni nyamu kwame obekaya mampani dada na adodan kwakofo ado ono so power committees mienu bi
okay
so on to no for ever constitutional baako am say Mesa Bonsu and baako Miss Gloria Kufo I don't have the names for sure there were committees like that but there womu and then say H Kwesi Prempe committee no so e ka say there na NDC for aye mistake amomure afi say commissioner Professor Mills apenso one sponsor no na wakase yendi establish regional tribunals a womo de womo sin kenko fa tribunal system na na atwam kudada no kra no mra no sabi womo san de akofa aba womo san de aba e wo mu manifesto mu no Professor H Kwesi Prempe ka kire womo through the committee report say sade ni yentwam enti government or ka say sa H Kwesi Prempe committee report no onyanka ho asembia no ade oyeye any say or sponsor a bill to fly in the face of the recommendation of that committee.
I can't say tribunal yentwam
no I very say ye the tribunal system and your regional tribunals no enti kwame me hwa bill na wo ma pass no the MP wa ha I'm not sure if this is the bill before. I don't know if we're the same as the one after the passage, because consideration stage means amendments. I'm not. But given this, the memorandum need the answer. Memorandum of accompanying the bill, Chairman General, was signed on May 15.
May 15. Yeah.
May 15. It's instructive. Sadano a day of mutiny. And chair this year, so I'm saying another Chief Justice Tokonomi and say suspension warrant no se it was also signed on May 15. What is it?
Maybe a coincidence.
How me coincidence? You see, my former boss Herbert Mensah, Adibia utu me for or the chair me or say event be a program be a we no look for a date that will carry the event.
Okay.
And to me say obi a me interactive ya obe say may ye be program be a me no I look for certain dates. I be carry the message I me put across. Chairman General. Giving yang abakosem, particularly with respect to this tribunal system. Now, a whole government, a whole regime, yes, especially giving their own tied connection to the PNDC, tied connection to the Emeritus Professor Fiajo Commission report, tied connection to the Constitution 1992, tied connection to the Professor Edkwesi Prempe Committee report. Namo yes ya necessary omukuhwebio. First, and only the meka. Two, Kwame. Osha bill na by its nature. Adia eya pa ne say amende Article 142, 143 and Article 19 of the 1992 Constitution. But it doesn't say so. It is a problem. But so one can say no kwan and keye problem and can hardly. Chamajana, so o amende entrenched and non-entrenched provisions of the Constitution. Constitution maya kwanchre Article 290 and 291. 291 on non-entrenched provision it say over publish a bill no in two separate gazettes. Wait, one penny you publish here. So a problem. Chamajana, Article 19 say 142, 143 non-entrenched. Article 19 they are entrenched. And there no parliament Wontumi now honorable when you are Mr. Remo. Wontumi amend Article 19, particularly giving clause 18 of this bill. Kwanya ya faso edi convicting nipa on criminal matters. Enti ehwo so chairman general mene bill eya adwenia eneye. Na over bill no mu a ono ankasa ne kasa no. They create what they call a lacuna without telling us what lacuna it is. Just bibia eni ho ana bibia constitution nanka awo mo de ba be hye ho. Okay bill nanka sa ade na omo se lacuna no. They admit in the bill that it is there.
Ne kwakwa ne senka bila.
Ne kwakwa ne says kwame samamre samrei aye de ba be ye bo modern say ye gi ni 2 media free amamra 1992 no mu no eyen kontompo. It is not deriving any authority from the Constitution 1992.
Ndiana no binti me fanko Supreme Court go check it.
Supreme Court. Dabia.
Asembisa.
Dabia. Na ne matisa nkrofo wonti ase ne fanko Supreme Court we. Supreme Court is makobia fine. I mean, nya na misroko.
Na say senior nim kwan ne dada.
Oh, dear minia, but going to the Supreme Court does not stop us from having this conversation.
Yeah, exactly.
But you see, good reason requires that. Yeah, chichire minor ye din komwe. And someone making sabi. Are there facts? Are there in fact? Usha bill na MP. Sabi. Does it not amend Article 142, 143? It does. If it does, did you follow the procedure of amending non-entrenched provisions as required by Article 291? If you didn't, then I have a solid point. Na yetie one anka yede yensom eni nipa no. That's what it means. Kwame bill na sam no mesre mpani bi suma akasa kwabna sabi enkwada adwena me dia ka we mpani tie me so a enkebeboa. In fact, Emeritus Professor Fiajo Commission report no adwuma wo mo ye on this particular matter okan otoboase na okan a me fi say ini say ye forso de me de betwa to kwa me eye de me nua pani mama yarga o kan ye bra na mo pass bill
o say
me di ho ya kakra say minority for no opposition and say words of caution na me nua afenyo ede mano o mo koso kan say den kra bill no ye be pass sabanjena bre mre empanisi ye ninka so yenhwe yi. There was a parliament that had an overwhelming majority 169 against what was the number in 2017. 2018 omu introduce bill B holidays amendment. There were factual errors and inaccuracies in it. Chairman General, not only at the time as acting General Secretary of the CPP, Did we write a memorandum questioning or opposing it? May appear before the committee. Satamini Penny said, Kwame Achampong.
Yeah.
And another chairman. Omo capture say yeah before the committee, but some of you can almost say Yateso fa. Mr. Boss was a memorandum. In fact, man, Chebo, but can I say I predicted? So they will use or they may use their high numbers to pass the bill into being. But its celebration outside the Chamber of Parliament will be a difficulty. And then, Kwame, August 4, is it still on our books as Founders Day?
No.
You see? Now, prophet is not without honor, except in his own hometown. Mesre Minuanom, especially Mampani, His Excellency, Mama. Ona Oma or government sponsors our belly. Mesre majority leader. Minuapani Mama Yarga. Medebe familia kuma MP Otiaso. Chairman General, Abuano say maka nsuminwie. Ena mpani so say akyere mu yi esini abebuo nyina de. Ye sunson ye ho kakra. Ni etie de me nana JA Brahma Sabre no kabachewura. All secondly the motion of destiny or the kakre Ghana for say to me na ye prince ye bedi ye ho so no. Ade here be man kunima ba eye potokasa mu restraint ahosheso
abenza nde nche odi press fo de ko nsu hu okay wo friend press conference de nsu kufuado wa mama nsu ada coffee ada tea emende ototota galamse no wi a we yizika 8.4 million da won fonko oye Ghana water mu fonko na nsu na galamse fro sen wonye ni yin abentan wo fa do kam there asoje fu mpemfo say ya ba be ma be yi mu nyina di oye your tenure is coterminous. Your tenure as soldiers was coterminous with that of the government. Ma wa ba be musuma soja for the very top opamunya mayekese kwame. It wasn't a wine. Say, oh, yeah, that the one, and that down oba. So, therefore, the the longer they stay on duty. And the Wontumi now, what the Yan sounds from Kum, what the boy woman. So, you got to have a way more you in lady. Nebio so, oh, yeah, a Ghana far. Pim, teacher for, nurse for, civil service, public service. No, so, yabaya, wabaya. Ora Debra Julio Debra or the latter all sectors mental Gatesia when you win lady Ora Bawumia say Monkoda Namunun soon poncho pe na acha bia wadafe kwa Mary Masom political party
NPP
I do him papa or if in Mantom why a polling station I electoral area constituency Yakwaka region. Mpemfo a multi ma moye constituency mpemfo man told MPP we need to get back to our winning ways or don't kwim then yesa ya kakafa ya bugeti na obaba ndamuso a opanyin obedi hanyim obi a se wara hwa ba ya mfi dwe ba sa oba front line ejuma wa ye abri nyina he's with you in the constituencies. Nankasa one for being fisrum bampo nankasa no resources or the bois or you're the fool or your grassroots man adaman yena ya buhechi doma get back to our winning ways na mota nechi kwame and then I end on this matter and I come to oye ofrene tribunals ai constituency chairman bia kwame otini o develop a futu. Mabaya regional secretary 2005. One constituency every week I drove from Cape Coast to that constituency Efutu. Kwame na en sama we Efutu on yan sam kakaba. And you saw that the constituency was coming up. In the 2012 I pay marking yara. 2012 all the acquire primaries. The opposition was so taken there. I wrote to the electoral commission. All Baba all the supervisor last minute sabotage. my electoral commission failed to turn up. It's Mangasa Kwame Duncan. I had to go to conduct the elections and also supervise that got Afenyo Markin elected.
Interesting.
2012 parliamentary candidate.
Interesting.
Now party chairman Kwame, why you Juma Onyi Afenyo Markin? These are all hot-blooded people. Why you could do harm? Afenyo Markin. Now current chairman often Kofi Kwaira, he was the man who went to Supreme Court on a electoral area elections. He is the constituency chairman now.
I see.
These three hot-blooded people. Kwame, why you Juma Mesesia you to me at the answer this year there? Or a futu? Or a stronghold for the NPP? And they did it from the time you had NDC persons like Mike Hammer, Ayrebia Quest, tick NDC people. And so Namuko Feba said Juma why? And luckily for us, Kwame, this constituency chairman is coming to the region. Or you could do harm.
Okay.
Or he's a chairman organizer. Na obey here there. Party na yati ham hoden. But see the painful being which so that MPP in the central region will get back to our winning ways. Kwame Dasi. I'm quite now.
Answer na says here area was in Mamankwa Hamano na membra. Aye. Maba yebetchedo. Ora Kwame Anyimedu entry a ranking member. Parliament Constitutional Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee was actually in Mashebini Asante Achim Central. Opinion wachano pay.
Good morning, General.
Mpacho bokode.
You are the Mumpai boy,
yeah, Danyamiase. Mpacho two. Tribunal asemi moko pay mo committee meeting no. Na etisen munya na moye mwadwene se ya de part yan from bra plenary yan beka ne yan fan konanim.
Anya no correct.
Anya no correct.
Anya no correct. Omo the report to Sabai say it was unanimous. On the floor of the house. Before crossing above floor of the house, now be a second reading. Side had objected to this bill in total. There are how can so a more yama no crab be any Ukoye bill. In the bill, this is my 31st year as I follow me to the bar. Then in the bill, you insert say we are going to do day-to-day hearing when a matter comes so far as public tribunals are concerned. Then you insert that there is no interlocutory appeal. We had objected from the unconstitutionality of the bill, the history giving us bad whatever. We have been consistent. When we went to the floor of the house, I spoke last. When at my side, 5 people spoke. All of us, the 5, I spoke on behalf of the leadership. All of us said that this is not a good bill. It must not be brought. We argued on unconstitutionality of the bill. We argued on the fact that they said, if you are looking at Article 106, what is the mischief that this bill is going to cure? And the only thing that the Attorney General told us is that there are backlogs of cases. And we said that, look, the Chief Justice can create specialized courts and whatnot. So this could be done. Under President Akufo-Addo, more courts were built without... sorry. More courts, SEC, judges to cry over. And also appointed judges on Betnam. There is a high court. The solution, and no, and yes, cases, over here, tribunal. Probably what they want to do is that in the manifesto, cancel the tribunal, but not in Omodeba. Now, running there, and yet it is against human rights. The contents of the bill, objective, and you might be free, and almost smuggle in at the report. Even a Dano Kurana, second reading, that means a copy of the report. I told the clerk, say, Monfa report number. It was when I perused through the report on the floor of the house. And I'm a country chairman say, are you minded to make corrections? And Sana here presented. But I don't blame them. I blame Ghanaians who have voted for them in overwhelming majority to more than 2/3. So they do what they want.
Ain't Muko committee no munyina muka se tia Billy.
Honestly, all our sides, No one supported this bill.
Enti adenti yenya report say asemu nyina amufo aso ansa na eba play na.
Wrong report. Just because they want to, Chairman, just because they want to work their way through. A wrong report. It is wrong. We never, from A to Z, we had objected to this bill. Some because the good to a argument now. Yarga insisted, Moko Truba form will pass this bill today. And truly they passed it today. That's why we walked out from the chamber. We can't be part of this unconstitutional bill.
Apani medasi.
Israel
wonso. Kwame Ayimedu entry oye mrashe bedweni ama Asante Achim Central. Was also a ranking member, Parliament Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee. Nicholas, not just in your kind of Papa say and Yanokre.
So I on one so can say a general or can say when a bar floor no. That was the statement say both sides need no calling for correction. That's what he said.
Or say time a free committee nearby.
Exactly.
Amunina a cassette TI. A buyer now, the report to the man for second reading or share. I know catching the chairman say, Yomukai will report to Yanokre.
My request to Crash almost send the mommy here. Now, NDC members of parliament, when they report, we have a specialized people. Clerks no more and today is something I public, we can still follow up to see say what actually happened at the committee level.
Kwame na Pachobrim.
Kwame
na.
Oye atembu ana atembu. Oye za oda omani nyina hojezi. Osipi sipi wom. Dispensation and administration of justice. Mani na dambre eja Ayimedu honorable kan. Adama NDC for adwina wo there ebotu mukra mopia parliament na akra mpo mamumba ha bio maye pen ye baye azomijire maye pen ihe yesi abuda maye pen ye baye na edinji shebiara ofa atembu dreba ma nase shasi ro hima Kwame it is dead even before it commences or it starts.
Ab initio.
Na onyaja oburemi magbe na manta asedo. Osanda Kwame.
Kwame na.
Modern Ghana. This is Sunday 3rd September 2023.
President
Mahama calls for more NDC judges on the bench to balance out Akufo-Addo's 100 NPP judges. These are his words. So, Temo Kwame.
Me too.
President Nana Akufo-Addo has packed the courts with dozens of pro-new Patriotic Party judges so as to avoid accountability after he exits office. Former President John Dramani Mahama has alleged. Addressing the closing ceremony of the 3rd Annual Lawyers Conference of the National Democratic Congress on Saturday, 2nd September 2023, Mr. Mahama said, currently the judiciary is packed with MPP-inclined judges because this government has carried out a deliberate policy of putting their people onto the bench. But to cut a long story short.
Me too.
He said, so, these are his words. So, I encourage some of you, he was speaking to NDC lawyers. So I encourage some of you to look at careers on the bench so that we can balance out what the current situation is. He said, adding, we must be prepared as NDC legal persons to also go onto the bench so that we can balance out the judiciary. Kwame, about less than 2 years. Less than 2 years. Supreme Court we appointed 10. 7 are already on the bench. 3 are yet to be vetted. Court of Appeal we appointed 21. High Court we appointed 37. Circuit Court Chief Justice appointed and he approves 52.
Circuit Court
total 110, less than 2 years.
110 judges.
Exactly.
Are they due for promotion?
Kwame, you should throw the question to him that when Akufo-Addo did those appointments, were they due for promotion?
Okay.
You see the point? And see, for Akufo-Addo's, the entire 8-year period of Akufo-Addo, he talks about between 80 and 100 of judges that Akufo-Addo appointed.
Yeah.
But less than 2 years, Kwame, he has appointed 110. In fact, the 52 of them, it is the Chief Justice, that's the Circuit Court.
Yeah.
It's the Chief Justice who does, but he has to get the approval of the President. In the total of 100, Kwame, so the architecture of the tribunal,
yeah,
the tribunal at the regional level, the person who is the chairman, although somebody who may qualify to be appointed to the High Court,
although a lawyer,
yeah. Now 2 other laymen, and for 16, even granted that Accra to be one just regional tribunal, Accra is very big,
yeah,
and Accra could get about 6, 7, 8, 10 tribunals. Kumasi is also big, but for the purposes of this argument,
yes,
so far Accra then for one into 16 regions, straight away 16
tribunals.
NDC legal persons, and then also you have two who be appointed on there.
32.
And Sana Eba district, we have 261 or so districts. That would mean that 261 chairmen at the district level. And Sana 2 times 261. Clearly, it tells you the agenda.
But are we going to have district tribunals?
Yes, it is part of the bill.
Okay.
You have district tribunals, and then you have the regional tribunals. The Angler or your opinion or position, okay. Look, what I see on the bench today is that those who occupy the bench, they are all pro NPP. We have to come into office there. About point to balance it. And less than 2 years. This is the normal of judges our point. Then again, to pursue the agenda there, we must get our people to balance. We promise in the manifesto, the tribunals, that will be a very, very good way to get our people in there. Because the appointment of all these chairmen will be done by him. And then the laymen will be done by the coordinating councils. The coordinating councils will do the appointment of the laymen. Kwame, ordinary court impo in a obika the NDC osie nentwi ebesebie e madama do sebie no de nwoba power e mo obika sa can repeat in pocket the sebie there I buried 32 cows in order to get the NDC into power. Obika can repeat it. In repeating the NPP, she is the one who has been arrested over 2-3 days, tried and jailed for 1 year. So
but just a little addition. Onye just about a 32 cows into was on a corporate.
So what did she add?
Sebi okan simbifa omanpenyi.
I mean, what does can you tell me?
Come now relax. And some kind of Sebi Wontumi repeat to her. But okasa fa omanpenyi na nejiro and na insimbi as Sebi Wontumi repeat. Into account was in a corporate. Just to add up.
Unless a person incites public to crime. Unless a person incites. Why look at look? You'll be on Kwame Sefakante, you'll be on Kwasimo. You have marked a person who you call texter who is an insulter texter.
Still Ogudu. And
it is so today. This insulter texter.
Why?
It's been over a number of years.
Why? I can say no.
You even have the hat, the big hat, to indicate that he's been bringing what text.
Insulting text all the time.
Insulting text. Kwame, nobody must think that they are above people's hatred. They Mr. Mutawasam and I'm a town. And see, some town, then I must suffer because I'm a town.
But how do you control Kasebidam? How do you end it?
Kwame, so yaza ogun wufia. the law is not quite on that. So the law says that bring damages, defamation, bring an action in the form of defamation against this person. Let the law deal with this person. Exactly. Exactly. Sure. Today, a person speaks and speaks even foul of you.
Yeah.
And then you say, when you are in office, and the constitution says that no action, whether civil or criminal, can be brought against you. You are the president. You have been given that buffer around you. Nobody, once you are in office, per the constitutional provisions, but tomorrow any action, whether criminal or civil, against you. So, on the reciprocity, I can't see how Obi Bakade Sebio, fetch a more woman. Nothing. Why some rubber? And therefore, when you go to Friday, no matter what, I have given a certain caveat there. So you are all incite the public to crime, to commit crime. That one, the society cannot look on. But there, crime, my customer, on found your there, my shawaruba, my can I could be some crowd told her. The law gives you a remedy. Go to the court and get the court to deal with this person in the criminal way. But this is the president. But the I don't hear when one set of Ghanaians, when they do that, and what they are there, when you walk no one walk to Shadi. But you have another set of Ghanaians, why are the same thing? And this law with this with one set does not recognize to deal with this other set. That is the justice we are. And then you are now looking to the introduction of tribunal, Mahama kangaroo tribunals.
But Kwame, I bet you I don't know. Obi Bakade, are your manifesto promise fulfilled? I want one manifesto. Ghana fute demazi. No, two abamo one. Ain't Sisiano? Ghana na mo Wontumi. Ain't you what share bon on worry?
That's why I may do say that they cannot be blamed. It is us. I may do jag in case says I say here, may am the Mutumin. Madam, and see what I am worry. I don't know. I mean, I'm so sad. Nana, TikTok. Mammy, my man was on NPP or a Cremoni, mammy. Na neba, yeah, NDC. Na what they can make us do. Na what's on car Abruboma, some caca. What's a man to Muncasano one bachelor, and Quabo Mam and anything one bachelor. And you could see that this is a very remote local person. Yes. They are so sensitive to what is happening today. The a man says I want me says why is slow? It's slow. It's slow because Saka baby fa or man pay no to do one. Why can Mobutu says a seku? Why can Idi Amin? Why me can I some say Sarah? In the Martin Chu, no bachelor, no one want to fiade. And you think that we will be safer with the introduction of NDC Mahama Kangaroo Tribunals? These are Mahama Kangaroo Tribunals. To get NDC persons that he has shot in opposition there, you must be prepared to get to the bench. Kwame, the agenda is to create that forum for NDC persons who are lawyers to be appointed to these tribunals and to get NDC persons to serve as laymen on these tribunals in order to dispense the justice which we are already, even under the ordinary conventional court, the justice we are seeing. That is the only motivation driving this tribunals. But Kwame, if you take the law, constitution is clear. Oh yeah, we're fine. Article 142. Yeah. When he
Article
said
142.
When he said, there shall be established in each region of Ghana such regional tribunals as the Chief Justice may determine. But if you look into the bill or now the law, Parliament now purports to establish the regional tribunal. That is what's in the law today. Now, maybe it's not been assented to, so it's still.
It's not a law.
Yes, it's not been assented to, so it's still a bill. Constitution gives that authority to the Chief Justice. He says that there shall be established. The Constitution itself establishes the regional tribunals. And then he says, as the Chief Justice may determine. But say read the bill now. The bill says that the object of this bill, the memorandum accompanying the bill, the object of this bill is that there are gaps within the judicial system, the judicial setup, and this is intended to fill the gaps. And that the object of the bill is intended to fill the gaps by establishing these regional tribunals and district tribunals. When clearly the Constitution provides there in the determination of where a regional tribunal is established, that is within the remit of the Chief Justice. I mean, you take it from all sides. As you may do has summed it up. You take it from all sides. It is unconstitutional. The motivation is not any filling of any gap which is in the judicial system. It's all intended to fulfill the promise that, look, NDC lawyers be prepared and get to the bench. When he came, he has appointed as many as over 110 judges, and that we are using the tribunal route to also to get more NDC people there and get more NDC laymen, so that then we will say that we have taken full control, full charge over the judicial system. That is the motivation, nothing more.
Dr. Bawumia mababe du no ba ene so no awon keka ne nkomo no etisen afi chairman kra no wo mahunu ana
nana odi kan tu afefo yi mu ona Wontumi ene kwedo ya bolo se isawo mu de fie 20 years wane ekuku dama mo kan ewo edikan aba isawo president in prayer aba be share omondesie Wontumi nemo mami teso nipa abidua fie mu hanom Dr. Bawumia honorable Freddy and so hanom honorable afternoon marking our minority leader who hanom mino ka say mampum MP ora ampreachum ono so hanom ayi we free and me is the regional party executive besides in some so executive and me omo bumping pa hanoma almost so mo kwa share chairman Wontumi in kasa prepare Dr. Bawumia and no mahu afternoon marking party chairman omo ebioma tem omo insider in prepare PM IMA you want to change Wontumi in ati nemo nia omo di kan ko ya omo ba ye say ni tibem ye papa payi and over share then ya obi every akọ ebidi ubu ni fresh ya na wo say wafa ya omo kakra now so ocean tibem sitikada ni tibem ye the balance the security and very tight and what ye tini and jump on ibiama at common share send ya tibiano ati ham but in prepare no ka say Dr. Bawumia honorable phenomena ni ekukudama kabe wo mu NPP omo insider omo su omnipa honorable can say NPP chairman of Kumasi egusu ehwe ne TBM ni sani ati
me pese me boni din because me bu no e no nso bu me but on tiase say me can NDC asem on the issue of Galamsey and now me can say NDC ni bia oye involved in Galamsey nya me betu aka be wuntem no o say o twiste ni say me say NDC fo nyina ebewu you see because now point is that na wonya Galamsey wo fa ho be kromo na say uti unitira koto ye ka setipa ya koto de ofa ho be. And I will say it today. Now no de meka ye no pepepe sa pepepe na meka. De meka ye no tie me say kadim me say NDC panyi bia oye involved in Galamsey nyame betua wo ka ubewu ntem ete se de na no meka kire NDC fo no me nto sabi enti de otie no nsentie ni ye nsan kɔ record me say because me hu se na trendy and I'm say me bo NDC fo dia dabi me bo NDC fo mu se Galamsey fo dua me de osuru bo mu dua Galamsey me de osuru bo obi oye Galamsey menim panyifo no me se nkora ne de Nyankopon and because kope bibia di nti enya nkora na asem nkora na meka ye boy ye bre ya nka nkora no kora bi wo hokora nkoye galamsey nti ene me enya nkora no omom ye galamsey epe bibia di asem na meka o panyin bia wo Ghana ha panyin bia NDC NPP panyin bia wo Ghana ha wo ye galamsey enya small scale mining no galamsey a wo se asase no ma asase ni funtum eye basa no nyame ntua wo ka ubewu entem yenum nsuo ne yare a wo nso be yare bi se yenum nsuo ne edidi ne enase tataya wo de ebe tatai sika na ye de hwe ho yare wo gi no wo de be kwa abrochire wan hwe ya wo funu ene ye de beba nti ene me se tumu nkyene mi PhD amekoye no ba kopa ye bibi friend sustainability 5 years abom yare enye easy mechi ene nneoma ekom se ka so bia ye PhD a enye easy mechi matena se sa 5 years ade ba kwa me ye won research ni se ye free bibi triple bottom line ana 3P bibia mu no yeka sustainability ade a wo ye ne ne nanso wo gine daachi akiri ma ho eno ne sustainability se ade bia me ye ne ne no me kura no se de be ya daachi me manso benya so mfaso na enya se me sei no ene ne friend sustainability eno ho adwuma ena me kosua ya enti sustainability ba ko friend triple bottom line no yeka economy yeka social yeka environment e kire se ye udi bemu a ye friend be people planets and then what profits enti inhyehyɛ ne say first no ye ka se obi adi yi a na nipa no sika nko an ye ka se nipa ne de adi yi tete no se ye ka se obi adi yi a yes wanya sika o enti ye ka se company adi yi a oh company o manya sika pa o manya sika but you realize say there be enye sika nko a and ye ka se company adi yi enyoma sesa muntie enyoma sesa o ye ka se company adi ya enya se company no bosome otimi nya sika bebre ana ye ka se obi adi ya eno nche se wanya sika bebre ne ye ka se adi ye ka se obi adi ya wanya sika ne de nanso odwiri nipa ene asase a obeto ye no so ene ne frɛ no 3P people planet profits eche se ade bia wo ye no dwiri nipa ho kane se ye jai soldiers say monko nukredie mu na monko ye madwuma me say my soldiers for 1 week o mej galamsey no be jai my soldiers ni ekwa ani aka kire mo ya mu ko ese ni se mu ko na se ni se enti wo be hwa no de wo so mo mu so mu nko no o mu be ko no o mu nsa akekere pareto eni e complaini mini era so sasare don ko ye nhwehwemu enem krai bei ebi omakoma ebi akoma nye aduane edi nye bibia yenim dada afi ne ye complaini eno obi anim say ntosa ye di nye carrots ye di enye aduane bia sese dodo na wo market no ewudura ewom cadmium ne lead na de cancer ne sa anyomanyo obi sese obi anim sese yensu ye di because na no na ye kan no why na nef obi amfa ho yakọ kro bi so kro no so yakọ ye no ye chese nana no ni die ni na saase nie ne galamsey site ntomu wi anom de abre no na chese ono nso de aye ne hu bi bu twedua na ehame sa wo saase na ehame hwe me fa Amunaga Junction na me hu de we o masa aye nsuo no na miami ni Sadat Oferukrom MC samre me ebire mi me kan ho asem sa ye ka ne say Amunaga Junction ayi bebie nsuo ne fa no hwese ye to ball egu nsuo ni bola wo ho ene ye tugum bola Sadat bebia omo ye ntosu no carpenter for ne wo no bola ho pe na ebe nsuo Sadat unhu ye miami ni Sadat unhu sa de no glare udu Araga Junction maybe a bridge no one now betwam ehunu obon se ball nie insuo ni nie enti eyema na abu aguso ababa be gu nsuo nim Me hu anum akoma ye me ya. Enti wo twedua wo se nsuo na ye ka ho asem a wonte ase. Me wi abebo voices bi. De me ka kire NPP fo. Bibia ni wa amasesa wo ho. Muni mintia, you don't know me. Me say, adie bia wo be ya emwa Ghana no, me tamfo no, makasa asem no. Me mfa ho se wo ye mebusuani. Sa ade na wo ye na emwa Ghana, I don't care about your party. Mo na mo for party ho, me for party ho. And NDC lusu a hame, NDC lusu enne, hame. MPP ba wini a hame. MPP beba, NDC beba. Ne momom bia ba no anya de beboa Ghana me ne ubenya problem. That is me. Enti me mfa ne say because uni me enti utimi tam phone frame nti no se me ka asem na wonti ase a o feel say adenti na maka me se me ka president John Mahama asem ene ochina chi so far so ye president ade na yan kan che Akufo-Addo ha president na de enya nhyase ase mpo we kra enya nhyase ase no na mo ho hye ira mo no munya hu dem behu. Inti makatra o say enunti e na o feel say akwanya bi beba mfa ma fa wade so we NDC ni na akwanya bi ba na so na janto de o de obeka wuntimi mpo anu fa wade so wa chede bi na pese o de mame e na so mfa mame because say fa wade take your money, take your gift, I don't need it. And adwuma no so ameye no President John Mahama krati ase nanka me sanka be fa madamfo o ka say ka me ye nyoma basa and am din kontompo na ye adwuma nka wo panyin no ka be hu me se na janto amini. I am addressing these things. Some of the NDC guys must be careful. Me NDC new. Me NDC ni. Me NDC party card. I don't work for NDC. I work for Ghana. I himfie ne tuameka. Enya wu na tuameka. Inti sa asem ne ba na me yen semso ni say wasa meka something na ebeboa Ghana. Na wu de what you because you NDC ni mayenka. Me fa on bay. I don't care. Emre bi meka kire MPP for no. Oh na me fa on bay. Aso aka se wuntie na wuntie me a me fa on bay. Me fa on. Omo mu pe no kra ni betie. MPP for boycotting me show for 1 year and say me show. MPP for 1 year almost me show so for 1 year me show na and say. And to pa my NDC for so nka mo boycotting me show. Na me kra me de omo ba. O da be na hu se me de NDC for ba. My NDC for so nka say ye ntie o ha me na janto obi na janto a. Me free ahimfie kra na me wo ba bia metimi akasa ma na yi. Na de man trafie 5 months. Me trafie 5 months so and your man na me and still I was trending. So I don't need to come to ahimfie and say na me trendy. Se me nya adwuma wa ahimfie mpo a I know where to speak. And no enya impact. Maya sa say o mine ma say o mine sana bibia mutirimu ya mode and my yam NDC ni MPP yen kamasem and mpanfo mu say o mine ya kwaka na mubuafu. Who cares? Wunti yenwu wunti because we are by naba. Mrs. NDC ntina so ne menkasa I don't care.
Right, enti we nana Jesse ono na ekonongo hene aboafo hene and out say ye ne di nkomo enche de ne be kire boase so na yakohwe de ekoso enso ewo ho oboase de ne de yete ene se baby a airport ne dana baby a strip no wo no oboase strip no katechiso
kro ni na say sai
katechiso eho akatechieso
no akatechieso
ka adwa mento aso eho chie ena ekoso ne yase ye de eho ba bi kra ma military for no ema military for na chi ho nyina wo mudi every bear 2000 and dear we dad military for military for nti ho
military for better so mudi galamsey
protective on kraka
on better so mudi galamsey
military for
actually pay na ekoso nti ho so be ko ni akohwe kwesi
mamdi me konongo de no was it they were I've stayed in Konongo for about 3 years.
Okay.
Yes. I'm at low cost.
I say gold mining areas in the Hwana.
Maybe I'm young upon what the make of Bieni. Maybe I'm at Bia, that's what to go. Do I can say maybe I have missing. I said, Macron. Quabana Nanamo de Naira Hokakra. Because I say, Kubente because they can try, but they will not succeed. Especially not this means. Konongo ne odumase are mo odumase frame well so I kro me no ye
konongo fo na etu a odumase ye kro fufuro
me say you say bomba ko kro duma line them
like I say jache ne promise
line kese pa dem
bia won hene
college ka the school na as the kro duma se fo nya go me konongo na frame
so school say sisia ne so pe
I don't know what say odumase
well
I'm telling you as we this morning odumase town there almost every traditional house will be who be a Galamsey site.
Odumasi Kruno.
Town, no.
Kruno.
Yeah. Especially on your left side. If you know, I say a Buddha and so a Galamsey for vortex. If you know what vortex means, or gate, or shaft, or modicon. It's a traditionally Galamsey town. I say, what's a pepe. And don't forget, say, Konongo or reminds you. Mines and that's all. You might for the soul. A quadruma. Almost lines a guasa assassinated realizing that that's all. I've been there. Or they should be allowed to operate. I don't know why they are not operating at full speed. Well, I don't think, say, Adria Bowie, any big Galamsey for so many be no money.
You, your noms who can't.
Or much have giant chain, Nanum. This is an anonymous crime. Galamsey for your side for fruit with a giant for. Omuye ndro ukokwa sumai ni ade ne dufa ni ade na omudi bi backside ya okay unka won but o tako onko ade they will show anopa bia obegusun sansa no be adwuma I'm telling you and odumase ni konongo is so pervasive say there's no fear. I mean, you don't run because somebody is coming because you had thank you the swamps is in an it's true especially odumase nkube ne ngurube ni swamps wo no kwabra oboka say AG for no modini mememule bebia say nanano mo diduabo hunu boys we kwabra
so bi ombedia mines no ho
yeah
monko mines mo ho de monko so mines no say you know enshada anya act
it's quite protected
yeah it's protected of the security people yeah
it we are who ya we say fear na say no oh we kware so akwachiri we dey dako ya kwa easy form yem pack car no kwa no yem fa babia lotofo no we na chi ho ni ngura ho I will show you all these places I'm telling you and and quite they started 40-50 years ago it nye ne die ya by na akura konongo no odumase a gold area dada say abaya amemu a but aban no
Abayan, how does Abay come in? Because Abaya ko. They be aggravated. Abaya memu.
Abaya obem kakra ye NPP omobo modern streamline e wo mo a because first pa no beka ya galaje entre ha amra president Mills free mu. So kaya baby am free dey. E wo ho de o mututu amena mu nsuo to ade che obi abekwa ko prepare kakra but say be industrial level kind of Galamsey dey. Professor Mills free mu na president Mahama be interim president na agent.
Agiguye.
Mimi krom sa swamps ni nyina umbedi. Da be ma me nim ho kakra no kwa na aka.
How dem we ndey o ma medi.
O me tondo kono.
Say e be easy so die so also the Falco hospital to all the obigina ho a e be ba ho da. Ba nkodu ase kwa so fian kwa so ne bi bo mam kwa so ne sa kwa na dada ho no traditional swamps including insuo in fact Jacobo insuo nye kro. Insuo Jacobo native fo nyina. Omudi ni nyina.
Insuo Jacobo.
Omudi ni nyina. Sa abaya mem say metumi okay first na campaign ye illegal mining, which was true because a lot of them were operating illegally. That time, no, say I say what baby you should na what is ubia kotuko jain, unukojai. Omo de say be druko gunshum confession. And no say no, so mo ye we teach the omo dia omo mo dinka kwa ne ti de omo pa wi a, omo be fia na mo nkodu no. Oduru fia no watiem. Awuf
apai
oti awufu a obiare kra na se obi a wonam de abetima akoso obiare ba wonam ho asade a e so ye fast bia fa na de a na okobi that was how Galamsey was when it was illegal. And Kufuor Dubai. Obeka is Kufuor Dubai. The first about 22 months or so, Oputu halt on Galamsey. A ho and what this streamline is okay. Now there's illegality going on. People are operating without licenses. What do you have to do as a conscious state? Let me streamline these people and give them recognition in the face of law. And what streamline? And no criteria, no. And this force had to be born. So say on one time while licenses in excess of about 1,000 to 10,000. As if that was wrong. All right. Now, illegality, no, a honest and case. Unfortunately, Kwamina, I'm telling you, media hasn't helped Galamsey fight.
Media, no why?
Media. We were seeing it.
And Tokoya Yakubi.
I mean, we are misfighting. How? Call it a misfight. I say Ghana, we yachi. But I said Ghana need Dr. Bain and we studies. Every say we and Yamagana need a borrowed law. Ishim, I yet didn't. Yes, sir. Media for you, and what Jim, to mammy be too full, media be too full, baby, I could be a catcher, and Pauko and so on. Ya bet you. Media phone a dinka buyer, or more a dig Galamsey, anti illegal mining by no Kwabena, Emra illegal mining by illegano. They didn't stop the illegality.
So there was legal and illegal combined.
Thank you.
So they say don't even draw the line between the legal and illegal.
Erastus has been missing that all this while. Anytime I mention it, he gets angry. How do you go to what is happening at Bosom Train and call it illegal mining? That is not illegal mining. Somebody at the Mineral Commission, a trap, Bosom Lake no Hunina man Galamsey for Menokas or Musha or Moody. The bad person in the
our permits, yeah, or did two.
Or not illegal no way.
When illegal becomes legal.
Illegal no way. It's afe na ye mubi epasi raise awareness. Galanian to be stopping. It's a good business.
Yes, streamline.
There's a whole commission and a board for it. Let's streamline it. But this time, don't give it a bad name. So, now every small scale be every small scale report to be of an illegal mining, which is wrong. Now let's go to how we can help these registered miners, small miners, to do sustainable mining.
I think in the one of the papers now almost so many scam
sustainable mining. And can first now come back
and partner with one of the but yes, a partner with. My friend to just say, yeah, Tracy and Sabeka, a year honorable Faustin Love appear.
Yes,
MC for Boise Municipal.
Thank you.
Your friend, Yana, you better have Boise issue.
So, because who do one can.
On fat, your friend now on fat.
Make rank come in fat.
A meeting to Basabiano meeting.
Make rank come in fat because age meets. Galabab was near Mono. Zia Wabe MC, to Ubus and Dena Fagalamana.
Obetui,
Jahoko. 100 years to come, Galamsey continue.
At least, Obetua will be Biafra.
But I want to be a hootie.
Let
me add Bruno.
We didn't have administrative position.
NSA. NPP tribe, it was a flop. It was a massive flop. This Galam stop. Omo in Alpha, who you cross in a buying house, my woman. And Bacono, Vanguard 1 and 2. Vanguard for the me. Echo share couple forest me because ye call we a bob 4 5 echo 6 no any issue estate say eto o ma say oda ma say ura forest ma oda ni path
and then just like that
kwa na me gira ha twan wo mu say me nyama ni say me share kamo ntimi ngura mu bi gira ha twan wo mu a me hu yan say issue no mu na
eba
no
Atwa
me be am won. I was worried for them, but I had to stop them because omo soldier for their trade. I walked from the forest to Abuakwa kaze Kobro asam befa mutu Abuakwa. Through Jacobuno ne kwa 11. Me be see. Government NS or funny say sebi and your mom man ekoso ewo boko any other. We know what Kofi Bente asks the government. Send the military to contain them. Me what me say Forestry Commission shouldn't have their office in the doom. A second of forest in the moon. Kabako, a pramprama, and cobrono, Bako, Nanka almost star vantage areas, because Forestry Commission war Achimota Forest, never forest. Somebody decided to say a semi national commission in Kosho, a Kosho, a goo. Or man answered the idea. Or Mokoa, and no remember any Abahwamo baby would have been in temple. But they do any no more 80 York would do.
What about say and they there were stories about say Oko first one. Near second one after Obras, third one here, Nipo Suma over 10 yetian.
Oko first one say ya.
Omo e de omo ko pray e ko kon galamsey fu
Yeah.
ni asofo yi.
I say first one dey unim dey.
First one no kwa
dey obey. The trio say.
Second one be say or third one you better ni tu na tia so.
Say wa ba.
Wa de Usman no.
Yeah.
Obeda ni tu ni dia kira so.
Madafo. But now omo no sika wo site ho. Especially na China for no around.
Yeah, said you wo man ho do pa wontimi.
O man be ho do. O man obitima ye adwuma ko pension na wan hwe plot kra wantumi anto bi no. O ho do ben. O man we
yentimi nko galamsey.
Because o man treat o man no ye. It no obi en ho komu na sika no mu odesa na obetam. O ma mo o te se galam stop and say Vanguard e be ya account kira o man say ko ye GC na sika ni da. Anti bi da. I don't know what they recovered. But I'm telling you, they seized a lot of money. Gold, any background for black, any physical cash. Omo ko ma wan. Akwa be betra boase no mfene galam stop. Papa no refinidin. Or not Kofkans Hotel. Can you imagine? Obi have stop galamsey or the hotel. Or be almost 1 year. Kofkans Hotel is almost obuase for first class 5-star.
5-star.
Almost level of 5-star hotel. No. It's expensive, I have to tell you. He stayed there for about a year. Who was paying that? On the teacher excavators or the choir, Ekutu won't cry. It has been a sham because hypocrisy by government. Media na campaign no. Say government bet me I own up. Na kase media say munya illegality na mo de toto ade we so no. Ye mane dimpa. Na de na beboa yen. Na say yen nya bet ma boa kwan bi so amoma ye ya ye hwem da. It will be about nyachum. Obi aba nyachum. Obe stop it. Obe fight it. Obe stop it. Nobody has fought or stopped anything around Galamsey. And I be a syndicate here. This time they a government people and no benefiting more. Because chief fancy ministers why yeah eba be kwai o ma ahimfi na me hobi jamefe okay yes jamesi yeah and ahimfo no baako eno kra be sensational news pa e de pretu mu say ye Kobro Forest no because Kobro Forest be kwa ahene o ma ahene dia ye Kobro Forest no ye hwe cars ya ye besne ko ho no dia ye de ye fa ne say e aban dia eno akufo do aban bufu say ohene no kwa me pacho na nka me ben na me kasa na
benko
empacho ne empacho china oto no no tua oka because no kra na woka no eno ena asabe. This is a government here. Now let's come to NDC. Campaigning in our culture Galamsey for say oba mo amnesty. Se bibinti ya chew and I ajo concession and I ajo license mpa or no President Mahama Dwin say do mo ye na ya depend no. Obehwe no mo amnesty. No restore wo mo. O mo amnesty keke say your license na kwetna few. Sika wo lose on to me nkoye adwuma ni bi no. I will replenish it so that you go back and work. Was I create a whole board. Koko bodegu. And a good board and it's also minimum. How do you stop Galamsey? And Galamsey, a illegality. A DI say colloquial name they are too small scale mining. It is a registered papers crying and after Galamsey to me and you're wrong. But don't make it look as if Galamsey is evil and I say illegal. A young and yama boys no a team room who are America for no more na we a illegal na Wontumi nyina bonten enye because post for abecho omo ye na illegal no and na Wontumi nyina bonten post for mecho because I said dey na si America omo nyina boboda bana omo nyina omo no say ankora no ntumi nwunu bi omo ntumi nkosuko omo ntumi nkodwuma. They are still the most productive country on the planet. We have some psyche bishi trima say ahwe ne ye enye mfiri wa kwabra ye nkwe no mu da o wonu say Ghana ha obi no mu say politics kwa nya depa
ai
politics e ka obi nkwa na nka mo no hwe nya na enye sports nkwa because one pay politics. What is wrong with politics? Journalists when about your politics na kamenya de current affairs no ma enye politics na kamenya na we be me to ko enuma na say me ye de no pa we. So that is where we have missed it. Government NSA BIM no what me frankofo we nyina mako ohun obia wo some stake bi in Galamsey no pe commission some ka gold board we there say nya gold commission so and I say sa Kanashibe they hunu na our chamber of mines so they should all be part of this. Kanashibe should not be condemning illegal small scale mining or Galamsey in the media the way he does because it doesn't help anything.
Okay.
Some of them should not sit there for people to tell the procurement chain. He said, "Ninyina illegality." Say ninyina illegality there. Then some is also trading in illegality because Galamsey sika and they go good board. Kamera ununu mikra de meka. Obien ho na say na Ibrahim Mahama e de ba kakra koma. But no they produce the nya na edru 16 billion ninyina. We have to give it some good name so that we can have some attention to it and then make it work better for us. That's my case.
Community mining and Cronibano. What has happened to it? Aja,
Mami free Nana. Kononwa aboafo hene. Nte Nana no atena nkonnwa ya ade. Senko obi yese ya se ade hunahuna wo mu se beye adwuma wo.
Na obi asuma atimi ape abepa obi apempem de se.
Enye hunahuna.
Wonya asuma no kra ne bi wudada.
Enye hunahuna. Ebetimi aye adwuma. Fi se ye kan de anoka no wantia. Na se ye manananum take you over. They will deal with you.
And Akufo Dubai. Obeka se Akufo Dubai the first about 22 months or so. Oputu halt on Galamsey. And what this streamlining is okay. Now there's illegality going on. People are operating without licenses. What do I have to do as a conscious state? Let me streamline these people and give them recognition in the face of law. And what streamline? And no criteria. And this force had be born. So say on one time while licenses in excess of about 1,000 to 10,000. As if that was wrong. All right. Now illegality no. A honest and KC. Unfortunately, Kwamina, I'm telling you, media hasn't helped Galamsey fight.
Media no why?
Media.
Ezu. Yaban. Omo mochi omo Galamsey no. Omo atu omo. Yabema omo amnesty no omo saba. Ezu. Lojidi se emrebia omo fomie omo enu omo ho enti yebe yi omo na yama omo another chance
say no ade aye fa hu na ni asema metinya aka fa hu na ni se obi a free nsuo no ye ne MC na kokasa se ensu they say nsuo to ensuo ni jaya omo no ye no mun kaka amna mena ni nyina so mare that ensuo no entimi nya ne kwa infam boko na nkwa ni dey.
I don't think say eduabo we ene be hunu na Galamsey for so man bi ene omunye bi
nti wo ye nom so kanta
omutwa dwan chen nananom this is nananom kra dwan mu ntentwa Galamsey for nya site foforo bi obetwa dwan foforo omuye nduro ukọ a suman ni ade ne dufa ni ade na omo de bi ba site ya okay unka won but o ta ko nko ade they will show anopa bia obegusu nsansa no be adwuma I'm telling you and odumase ni konongono is so pervasive say there's no fear. I mean, you don't run because somebody is coming. Because thank you. The swamps is in an it's true. Especially Dumasi, Unkubini, Burubeni swamps. Quabra, Oboka say AG for no.
Abayako, Abayako. Debia aggravated.
Abayazu memo.
Ababia memo.
Abayobem Kakra, NPP, or Mobo Modia, streamline a warm because first panel, Bekaya, Galagin Treha, and Map President Mills Free. So kaya maybe I'm afraid e wo hode o mututu amenemu nsuo to ade che obi abekwa ko prepare kakra but say be industrial level kind of Galamsey dey Professor Mills Free mu na President Mahama be interim president na agent
agiguye
mimi krom sa swamps ni nyina umbedi da be ma me anim ho kakra no kwa na aka
na hode mo yende o ma medi
o me tondo kono
say e be ezi aso da so also the Falco Hospital to hode obi gina wa eni be ba ho da ba nkodu ase kwa so fian kwa so ne bi bo mam kwa so ne sa kwa na da ho no traditional swamps including insuo in fact Jacobo insuo ne kro insuo Jacobo native wo nyina omo di nyina
insuo Jacobo
ezu yaban omo chi omo Galamsey no omo atu omumu yabema omo amnesty no omo asaba
abusuya se de ayeko asemo aba NDC fo mpanimfo na se de nananom atrankonya wonom afre nsuo ni abosom de aburu wonom nnua se wonom de konongo oduma sensase e de ama NDC fo ya se de wo matu gala no ama anadwokura wo da wompa so a wote empa no ase e dan na se kum a yetu gala ya se de wonom nsuo a ewo oduma se ne mpotemo ni konongo ni area ho de nsuo ni nyina se a wonom kire se wo mu hu bi da wabakose mu fi se ebra na NPP amonyokuo ho no e wo mu se na fichire baabi na hu sampa yetututu ni ade but na emra no e wo ho nti na mo mu ntimi nya ne kese but na me no kasa ide wo kopie mu okonongo oduma se aban ba ye na chitafo ana se dodo no ayo mu ye ndisifo no mo de ntokwa ene unye NDC ni mpo wanhwe unya baabi mpo ena wode wo soso kora aka akobɔ enna nananom sɛ omamu ni sɛ kum ya wonom kyɛ sɛ wo mpene emma amanwasɛm emmra mesɛ wo nsa asesa nti si ame no kasa yi de wonom afre nsuo de abodua wo de wo ba behwe video no kwan nananom fa so twa nwan ene ade ne no na ba bedadwa sɛ he sɛ galamsey fo no krom mpo no mutu nnuro mpo kyɛ nananom mpo wonom tu nnuro so nananom de wo maka ena wo maka kyerɛ sɛ ni mu animu ya no sa aban ahwɛ ne wan stop wo mu no wan tu ho na mo amoma me katakata aniema no so a ene ahwɛ ade besie nani beye nyan pa na enhwemu so akire sɛ his excellency na nadan kwakufu ado baye anamo wo tu ye ya ebinom sɛbe ede ensa tretre so sɛ wo baye wanyɛ hwe ne nyantobo ase ne tie hunu sɛ NPP aban baye no wo no homoden pa ne mpo kura wo mu fom ye no aban ne wo mu din aban no chi wo mu kogum sɛ wo ye NPP ni o wo ye NDC ni we mra ne wudi a galamsey ni kwan ye betwa ka kotum ne so ye ba beto aba ɛhɔ ɛna his excellency na John Dramani Mahama ɛyɛ campaign o se wo mu makoye galamsey amana na do achi wo magum nyina oba obeyi wo mu nyina momako obeyi wo mu nyina na ene ye no ne sɛ na me amanwasɛm ti ene ukokonongo a ayare hosem pa ede ama wono ma nyadaje ne tie nkomatwetwe kakra koso sabasa ye ya ene koso like video ne ma me ne share ne fo adwenkyere nso so bra me da se
ezu yeba omo chi omo galamsey no omo atu omumu yeba ma omo amnesty no omo asaba
konongo na yane nana jesi ono ye konongo ehene aboafo hene ye ko akodi nkomo e de afa nananom amamram koyeye ewo eye ensuo ehu minim se ensuo bi reba min se owere eda konongo minim se ho enom koyende na mpacho mo wache o
ya nyado
na mpacho ho ye de
ya miadom ye ho ye na mo so ni nsanya mintimu na mo ho ye
ye papa right we de na wadama nanu ne yete se nananom atrankonye wo konongo etua na mon e de omoni akyere bebia ye tu afomagudi a yemfa kwampa so tu akoye amane mesra wadaro mawu kyere mu kakre eye dan na mutu sa na moyin
yo na amwa kunu no ayasa ensuo no ewo sunsun ade sunsun so boni bebre ade batulu ade yare ni ade bebre batulu ti ebesero mo mu nyai o da wani a no masa so basi ani ade condom a police for ye condom a police for ade abetin o police for no ko ade abetin no mu asa ko sti o mo ati no mo asa chase yakobo MT amane anye bi onu na ojina hama omampani sa de akoso okono na kono hin no mpani fo ani kono mu mpani fo na omo ne nye ho ti asra bo mu nyai
na ba jobiti o
ko ka bia tela anko fo da so ho afi de du ba di ko na ko ye party asem ana ye ne yesuman so na ya de ayi nsumai ne abosum na wahimfi ho enti the boy mama ne no na se ni ketia mu nyina se ye ya di ya function ki o nta na wa o da ko me die o fanya di ope enti onu so de sumai so de o ti se ka se de ati free ni break up ai enti wo kra na wo ye no obetimi abon ba ahwe ho na wo oni nambo ansana akire no dia ba to obetimi abon ye no enti ya ka na ni srewo a obi bi ye bi no ase di so nyai ye wo asapi kakra e da man ku ho a man si fo na mo ba bi o mo ye bi o pese o kotu agudi akọ na kotu bi na nsuo no ye eye na santi hin ne dia o opim sonsu ada ye ka soma
enti ensuo be ne ka ho asemi
ye fe no owere
okay
I call kobo anunum awo ba bia mo ye samenti no na sa na be bi o kwa na nsuo be bi nsuo bobo no ansa no onu ja koma anu
Nti aye hu yes ye bia. Until say sumai no e kire ye de enu e ma no. E na yakwakoye e de amansu. Nti say if me ndada pa ye twam no akuri de. Wa ubeko nsuo no ho. Akwa kene ni brebia no. Akwa bi opebia obetimi de wafaso.
Na chese meti wase yi a mutu anamo bia wo se mutu bia se be yanka mu begyae ena omu enyai ena afi nsuo na nkasa akere mu de munye ena mogye omu ahye nsuo nsa na ebasa ede ensa na betimi atu nipa se bi ombe ya sobrache a ombeko akodi sa dwumadie no ewo ho
yo mentira wakiri enanu ya akura no enanu ya bese bosumi mienu nsuo ni yi ne ho adi actually mranti bi wo ho ama opai ba akwa pampani
nana chemu ye nana nya botre ensuo no eda no ho adi omo mutu galamse no bi wo ho da no ho adi ba akwa pampam
me na me catchero sikia ama wamu
nipa na wu
wamu enti so bi tena no ka se bibia ni ho me metiwe me Kristo ni ba me Kristo ni pa me elder ewo mason also tani o mano o ka se wunni ya na wunni de wo ye wan hwe ya bo ka ko function e de abeto wa ho
na efisa mokoye amane monya information bi se nipa no da so ko ho ana se di ase wo mo asa wo machi
anu kure ni nyame anim me share dan ku call areas no na baby a utika mu na uku se nipa gina ho ye obi anyina ho
na mami musau apart from some kotu na mo amudi galamse no de besunsuanso e na de bre konongu kru no
galamse no ankasa no ase yentu me manifi ye na pipe ni konongu sansu na ne ditwa bifuma enu na ye nom enu na ye di no aduane enu na ye di dware enti se no enso ni de o ma se no ena sansu kuro ya so na omu treaty adeba befa global ni ema ye buno ayesi ye no pipe munstu ena mo so mo de chemical egum lead no enti ni nyina wo sunsun so bone ewo ho ana esuo no so no yensu a ekene eduru ba bi a yenya galamte na eho ate no enipa pesa no anso na yeta ayi yare abeba komo nesu ba bi a galamte na ekọ
na ya hwe video ya mabi am ko gina am ya mane hu se fia hodo bebre na etwa ho ehia na mem so onana wadarma se fia no ya nipa titimu a omokoba
nipa timu omokoba
na omo hu dia koso nyina
omokoba a omo nim dia koso nyina omo suro okoka anajo ombebo na
chese galansu for no powerful ho
very very powerful ana omo yes adie no da your quality ye hu ni papa 200 ba ye hu kono hu ni baba akokora wo
a chese omo fi kromu ho omo fi baby na betra ho no mo yesa
ade na man ye more dangerous but this someone no ko
enti mo pesa mo hwe o makira kwan a mo hu o mba bi o batum be kono mo gina site wo mudi galan
sa pepe o ni mba bi o mo tie ni mo butu ani bia
na nipa na suma ni yi ni ho adi kire na wo pa na pempem no ono so ye hoho
ofi ba bi na ba e funu no promo di gamen
o ma fa funu na ntra o di funu na dwane ko
so yeah, pe what you want. Because no mo so mo ba ahimfie. Enti o mo ba so mo kuta nwan mienu. Me ne wo ka tai. Enyani mi enu nyina bokono wa hifie tete ya.
So omu tibi di nwane bai anasa mu na mkofa wo mu.
Dabi. Omu di nwane bai se yen nche hifie on tu de ba. Na hin kwafo no afre na nanom. Etu mu ti se ye di police na ba na pa. Ana mu dwane yo.
Mami nsɛm mu sɛ o sɛ pinti asase deɛ nkɛnna hɔ kwa ɛnyɛ dan a asase nyɛ ɔmo dea mami mu sɛ o ɛdɛn no mo nsa ka asase yi a sɛ bi o ɔmo abɛdi kɔnɔngo nsase asɛn no yi.
Wɔbusa asɛm papa ɔhunu sɛ ɔwura biara yɛ ɔhene dea na deɛ yɛ ana normally ahemfo no yɛ ne sɛ ɔmo gyae ma obiara obetumi adɔ bi ɔmo deɛ patra sɛ mo dua nyaadoa amoko tomatoes ne saa nneɛma no ɛyɛ atosodeɛ nti sɛ woyɛ wodua bi a yɛnyɛ wo hwee ahwedeɛ ne n'asefo naa wodua bi a yɛnyɛ wo hwee yɛnyi biribiara mfiri hɔ saa nkurɔfoɔ no a ɔmoyɛ saa nneɛma no ɛna tuntun saase no wobɛkɔ no bi a wadua ɛmo wɔ so wobɛkɔ no wadua kube wobɛkɔ no wadua awe eti ɔmo ɛna tuntun ɔmo mfuo no de ama galamseyfoɔ no ɛna ɔmo de yɛ saa adwuma no mu
na mame nsɛm sɛ ɛnɛ yi wɔn mu a sɛbio saase nyɛ ɔmo dea kɔdakɔdɔ no didi soɔ na nso wagya ma obi no menim anamo a mpayifo so tu ade afom because anya dey a say yahwe o makira ko yebehu omo
deɛ tie ne sɛ sankrofo no nko unim omo so mo no ma mesre asase no ɛda hɔ o fa nya hwe ɛda no odidi di adamo ko ni ntos ni na sefo ejuzi mi ko chocho omo din
I see
entita na tie enti omo hu sɛ we mo ba mo bulk money no na che se omo no agiska no etu se na foodie no kra mfa no ho because kada waje no so chain e bi american ni nyoma ba wanya bi a 3,000 4,000 no aba so be ma 20,000 no German.
I see na anya bia omo tete amanfo fie no minim de mu ne fiefo so efie wura no so aka ewo konongo
no krani nyame ani se ne make at your tempo for kura ye ka o matem e fa mu firi ho e fa mu firi ho
meaning say omo nte konongo omo firi ba bi na ba anopa no wabedi no makọ
ana omo nya sponsorship
okay
sponsorship aso bebre wo konongo kru na mu aso hu omo so mo kra mo transaction mira o de ni hobby o uni hobby.
I see. Right. Nana Jesse konongo hene abuafo hene ena yene no edin nana menim de obeka finally titru womo konongo ene womo asebio womo edi ayemo nsase ama na sei no de na moye edi afa se de moja amasuma de ba de asese no de ba na mo na mutu de afa ho
sei no ade a fa hu na ni atuma metini aka fa hu na ni se obi a firi nsuo no ye ne MC na ko kasa se ensu ensuo to ensuo ni jaya omo nom ye no mo nkata amnamna ni nyina so mare da ensuo no entimi nya ne kwa enfam boko na nkɔ ne bɛ na obi a onim ni nya bi a o ye bi ne papa bi ye bi yesre one ne nkasa se ofodi nusuo na sese okwakofa e di amane ho ade e konye ne ya anya ama ntu oyere nko ye ma nsu a e fa kono ngu na e bia buka ko dina sa ye galamti bi ana nsu kono no
yo nana ebeda se pa ne bra wenya ma ye ne chechemu odi ama ye ne anopa yesu
me damu ase me nti akese fi na kono ngo hene ne penifo ho e de bra mu na
Right, enti we Nana Jesse ono na ekonongo hene aboafo hene na ote se ye no ne din komo enche de ne be kire boase so na yakohwe de ekoso enso ewo ho oboase de ne de de yete ene se bebi a airport ne dana bebi a strip no wo no oboase strip no katechiso
kro ni na e kan say sai
katechiso eho akatechieso
no akatechieso
ka adwa mento aso eho
chie
ena ekos no yase ye de eho ba bi kura ma military for no ema military for na chi ho nyina wo mudi every be 2000 and die wie da
military for ada o matu ha na military for nti obi
omote ho military for no better so omudi galamsey
protective kraka
better so omudi galamsey
military for
achiri pe
oh
na ekoso nti ho so be ko ni akohwe kosi
mami he konongo de no was it de wa be I've stayed in Konongo for about 3 years.
Okay,
yes, I'm to low cost.
I say gold mining areas in the one or
what maybe I'm go point
no to be
the make of bieni maybe I'm at bia that's what you to go do akase menye bia hemese ase na me kro no kwabena nana no de na were ho kakra because I say could bente because they can try but they will not succeed. Especially not this means. Konongo ne odumase. I don't know you odumase frame well. So I kro me no.
Konongo for na etu odumase ekro fufuro.
Me say you say bomba go kro ma line them.
I say jache ne pram.
Line kese pa dem.
Ya wona hene.
College ka school na as the odumase for nyango me konongo ne frame.
I'm school say sisia ne so pe.
I don't know what say odumase.
Well,
I'm telling you as we this morning odumase town there. Almost every traditional house will be who be a Galamsey site.
Odumasi Kruno.
Town.
Kruno.
Yeah. Especially on your left side. If you know, I say a Buddha and so a Galamsey for vortex. If you know what vortex means. Omu gate, omu shaft, or modicon. It's a traditionally Galamsey town. I say was a pepe. And don't forget say konongo no o reminds wo mines nda so ho adwuma for da so wo ekwa adwuma omo lines eguasa asiase ni rail lines ni da so have been there wo ho they should be allowed to operate. I don't know why they are not operating at full speed. Well, I don't think say eduabo we any be hunu na Galamsey for so man bi enu omo nya bi
ndi wo ye nom so kanta
omo twa dwan chen nananom this is nananom kra dwan mo tentwa Galamsey for nya site fufuro bi obetwa dwan fufuro omo ye nduro ukọ a sumai ni ade ne dufa ni ade na omo de bi ba site ya okay wonka won but o ta ko wonko ade they will show anopa bia obegusu nsansa no be adwuma I'm telling you. And odumase ni konongo no is so pervasive say there's no fear. I mean, you don't run because somebody is coming. Because you had thank you. The swamps is in an it's true. Especially Dumasi, Unkubini, Murubeni swamps. Quabra, Oboka say AG for no. Modini memuli. Bebia. Send Nanamo did your bohuna boys way.
Quabra, some Dumbedia, mice no.
Yeah.
Munko mice, a hot dear. Munko, some mice and they say, and Shadanya act.
It's quite protected.
Yeah, it's protected off the security people.
The way we are was say fear na say no. Oh, we quite so coaching. We didn't that go quite easy from Yampake can or Quan on the Fabia Lutu when the chivo, the Muraho. I will show you all these places, I'm telling you. And a year, and quite they started 40, 50 years ago. It's in your net year by na a cool raconongo no masi. A gold area that. Say, a buyer memoir, but a buy no.
Abayam, how does a buy come in? Abayako. The beer aggravated. Ababia memo.
Abay obem kakra ye NPP amubo modern streamline e wo mo a because first pa no beka ya galage entre ha amra president meals free mu. So kaya baby am free dey. E wo ho dey omututu amena mu nsuo to ade che obi abekwa koprepre kakra but say be industrial level kind of Galamsey dey. Professor meals free mu na president Mahama be interim president na agent.
Agiguye.
Mimi krom sa swamps ni nyina umbedi. Da me ma me ni ho kakra no kwa naka.
No, the more and then one
say a busy as so that so also the Falco Hospital to all the original and never back home. But could you say Kwa Sufian, Makwaso, maybe woman Kwaso, Quine, and the whole traditional songs, including Insure, in fact, Jacobo Insure, Nick Insure Jacobu native for you, Omudina, Jacob Omudina. Sabaya mem said, Matimi, okay, first and not campaign a year. Illegal mining, which was true because a lot of them were operating illegally. That time, you know, say I say what baby you should na what is ubia kotuko jain, unukojai. Omo mo say be druko gunshum confession. And no say no, so mo ye wi ti do mo dia omo mo din ka kwa ne ti do mo pawi wi a omo be fia na mo nkodu ase no. Oduru fia no watem. Awuf
apai
otia awuf a yare kra na say obi a wo nam dia betima koso aduare ba wonam ho asade a so you fast bia fa na dia na okobi. That was how Galamsey was when it was illegal. And Akufo Dubai obeka say Akufo Dubai the first about 22 months or so oputu halt on Galamsey and what this streamlining say okay, now there's illegality going on, people are operating without licenses. What do you have to do as a conscious state? Let me streamline these people and give them recognition in the face of law. And what streamline? And no criteria, no. And this force had be born, as say, on one time, while licenses in excess of about 1,000 to 10,000. As if say, that was wrong. All right. Now, illegality, no, a honest and case. Unfortunately, Kwamina, I'm telling you, media hasn't helped Galamsey fight.
Media, no why?
Media. We worsened it.
And Tokoya Yakubi.
I mean, we are misfighting. How? Call it a misfight. I say Ghana, we yachi. But I said Ghana need Dr. Bay and we studies. Every I say we and Yamagana need. A borrowed law, a shim, I yachi the dending. Yes, sir. Media for Yadi and Wajim, Tiu Ma, maybe two for media be two for Baby Abekubia Becatcher and Pauko and so on. Yabechu. Media phone a dinka buyer, omo edi Galamsey anti illegal mining buyer no kwabena emra illegal mining be illegal no. They didn't stop the illegality.
So there was legal and illegal combined.
Thank you.
So they say won't even draw the line between the legal and illegal.
Erastus has been missing that all this while. Anytime I mention it, he gets angry. How do you go to what is happening at Bosom Train and call it illegal mining? That is not illegal mining. Somebody at the Mineral Commission, Bosom Lake no hunyina man Galamsey for me no kasa omo sha omudi. The bad report so no dey.
Our permits, yeah, odi two.
Or no illegal no wahefa.
When illegal becomes legal.
Illegal no wahefa. Eti afei na yen mu bi epase raise awareness say Galamsey to be stop no. It's a good business.
Yes, streamline.
There's a whole commission and a board for it. Let's streamline it. But this time, don't give it a bad name. So now every small scale every small scale report to be of an illegal mining, which is wrong. Now let's go to how we can help these registered miners, small miners, to do sustainable mining.
I think in the one of the papers now almost so many scam
sustainable mining. And can first now come back and say what
partner with one of the but yes, a partner with. My friend to just say yeah, Tracy and Sabeka a honorable Faustin Love appear.
Yes,
MC for Boise Municipal.
Thank you.
Your friend Yenyana, you better have Boise issue.
So because who do one can.
On fact, your friend now on fact.
Make rank come in fact.
A bit to Basabiana meeting.
Make rank come in fact because Faustin age meets. Galaba was near Mono. Zia Wabe MC, Ubebusan Dia Nafa Galamana.
Obetoi,
Obetuja Hoko. 100 years to come, Galamsey continue.
At least Obetua you be Biafra.
But what to mean Huti?
Let
me Edrono.
Within her administrative position.
NSA. NPP tribe, it was a flop. It was a massive flop. This Galam stop. Omo Mkoye Nafa, who ye cross in a bang now, Suma woman. Ena Bakono, Vanguard 1 and 2. Vanguard for the me. Ekwa share couple forest mi jawo mo because ye ko wia e bo be 4 5 ekobo 6 no eni nsu estati se eto o ma se woda ma se ura forest ma oda ni path
and then just like that
kwabena mi gira ha twen wo mo se me nyema ni se mi nche kamo ntimi ngura mo bi gira ha twen wo mo a me hu ya se nsu no mu na
eba
no
Twa
me be am won. I was worried for them, but I had to stop them because omo soldier for their trade. I walked from the forest to Abuakwa kaze Kobro asam befa mutu Ababuakwa.
Just
through Jacobuno ne kwa 11. maybe see a government and or funny say sebi and your mom man ekoso ewo boko any other. We know what Kofi Bento asks the government. Send the military to contain them. Me what me say Forestry Commission shouldn't have their office in the doom. Ese kobro forest no mu nka ba ko ho apramprama ade no eno an kobro no ba ko ho na nka omo hyehyehye sa vantage areas no because Forestry Commission na wo Achimota forest na forest somebody decided say SMD National Commission ekosho egu wo akokaka wo ma na ase de ade omo ko ho a eno no bema ani aba ho ama obi be wura ma obe hu ne ntem but adum na ye no omo edi wo dum obra wo
I what about say there was stories about say o first one Kiki second one after Brazil, third one here, Nipo Osuma over 10 years.
Oko first one says here.
Omo edi omo ko pray eko kon galamsey for
yeah.
ni asofo yi.
I say first one the
first one no kwa
the trio say
second one be say or third one you better ni two na tia so.
Say wa ba.
Wa the Osman no. Yeah. Obetter ni two ni dia kira.
Madafo. Brad na omo no sika wo site ho. Especially na China for no around.
Obi a say bi o man ho do pa wontimi.
O man be ho do. O man obit my adwuma akọ pension na wan hwe plot kura wantumi antobi no o ho do ben o man we
yentimi nko galamsey
because o man ntiti o man no ye eti no obi en ho komu na sika no mu o desa na obetam o ma mo o te se galam stop na se Vanguard e be ya account kire o man se ko ye GC na sika ni nira antibi da I don't know what they recovered but I'm telling you they seized a lot of money gold any background for black no any physical cash o mo ko ma wan akwa be betra boase no mfene galam stop papa no refi nedin or not Kofkans hotel can you imagine we have stop galamsey other hotel other be almost 1 year Kofkans hotel is almost obuase for first class five star level of 5-star hotel no it's expensive I have to tell you he stayed there for about a year who was paying that on the chiche excavators or the koya ekututu yira won cry no. It has been a sham because hypocrisy be about government media na campaign na ye no say government bet me a own up na ka say media say munya illegality na mo de toto ade we so no ne ma ne dimpa na de ne beboa ye na say ye nyina bet me aboa kwan bi so amoma ye ya ye hwemomo da it will be aba nyaatwum obi aba nyaatwum obe stop it obe fight it obe stop it nobody has fought or stopped anything around Galamsey. And I be a syndicate here. This time there, a government people, and no more benefiting more. Because chief fancy minister, so yeah, eba be quiet. O my hin fina me hobi. Jamefe. Okay, yes, Jamesi. Yeah, and I have no bako. And cry be sensational news pa. E dey pretu mu say, ye Kobro forest no because Kobro forest be quiet hin o my hin dia. Ye Kobro forest no ye hwe cars ya. Be se ko ho no dia. Ye de ye fa ne say I aban dia enu akufo do aban bufu say ohene no ka me pacho na nka me ben na me kasa na
menko
enkon empacho ne empacho china oto no tua oka because no kora na woka no eno ena asabe this is a government here now let's come to NDC campaigning na ka che Galamsey for say oba mo amnesty se bibinti ya chew ana ya jew concession ana ya jew license mpo a ono President Mahama Dwin say do mo ye na ya depend no obehwe no amom amnesty no restore wo mo o mo amnesty keke say your license na kwetna fiu sika wo luso ntumi nkoye adwuma ne bio no I will replenish it so that you go back and work wasa create a whole board koko board egu and a good board and say so man mu how do you stop Galamsey and Galamsey eye enya illegality eye din ai say colloquial name ay dey to small scale mining. It is a register papers crying and after Galamsey to me and you're wrong. But don't make it look as if Galamsey evil and I say illegal. A yang and yama boys no a ting room who are America for no more na we a illegal na ultimate bonting and you because post for a show. Or more yen illegal and the ultimate bontia post for Mechu. But I said in America. Or Mount Bodamana. Omuna Omano is a grand to me, Mutumin they are still the most productive country on the planet. We have some psyche bishi trima. See, I heard ye free work. But I am going to do. What was a gun? How we don't use a politics right now. Aye. Politics. A cow being Kwanaka Monish in your sports on because one pay politics. What is wrong with politics? Journalists wonder about your politics. Nakamania daddy. current affairs no ma enya politics na ngame we to coin man as me dey no way. So that is where we have missed it. Government NSA bim no what me franco for we nyina mako ohun obia wo some stake bi in Galamsey no pe commission some ka gold board we dey say nya gold commission so and that and me say Kanashibe they hunu na our in chamber of mines so they should all be part of this. Kanashibe should not be condemning illegal small scale mining or Galamsey in the media the way he does, because it doesn't help anything.
Okay.
Some of them should not sit there for people to tell the procurement chain say illegality. Say illegality there. Then some is also trading in illegality because Galamsey sika and the good board. Abana unu kura de mechanical. Ubien ho na say na Ibrahim Mahama e de bakakra koma. But no the produce the nya na edru 16 billion nyina. We have to give it some good name so that we can have some attention to it and then make it work better for us. That's my case.
Communicate, friends, community mining and then what has happened to it? Ajo, Mami
Mami fẹ́ free nana. Kononwa aboafo hene. Nte nana no atena nkonwa oma ya ade. Senko obi yese ya se ade hunahuna wo mu se be ye adwuma wo.
Na obi asuma atimi ape abepa obi apempem de se.
Enye hunahuna.
Wonya asuma no kra ne bi wuda da.
Enye hunahuna. Ebetimi aye adwuma. Fi se be ye kan de ano kan wan tia na se manananum take you over, they will deal with you. She said ya na pepi no ye tena ha ye kan bi se nananom wo ho no maba masase so yenim sense ase nya aban dia ensase ye nananom dia enti se nananom asase ne mpo se minerals commission kra na ma nipa ne krata se won fa mra no o meye sa mine ne wo ho a asase no betu so e wo wura na bi ko hini bi asase so e ko commission bibi na wotwe etwa mu no ye ko ye no ohene ne kan wo ho se contractor ni obesi sa dan ne wo so no na nka efese wo ba ye no enko oba nananom be ka kire wo mo se ya mam ye adwuma sei se me meye wo masase so enye nananom ne de ma no adekura nipa ni besi ye ne be benefit community ni nyina obi ati asese asema na ne kan eye no kure wonti bi mfiti preko pa nkosi nananom asase so se mikuta krata aban na ama madwuma adwumakuo bi na ama me adwuma se me yentimi de me baaye no me meka ho asem se wo bechia ebisa baby a wodi aso okobo no kra wonnim adekure wo ho se de yakwasi ka se omugu nsanse ono ma bia nananom asase ne omo de ano omo na se omo je permit free suman ho enti wunya administrative permit na wuhia suman so permit you ansa na wodi aso na bofo sha ase se wo ye adwuma enti nananom anama omo tuo no me de me fo a omo so pa se omo de oma ye oma de se wusi akire na wo be ya na no bible mu na omo to wo yi omo won omo buyi en wo sisi odi obeye de na dwen se obeto no onfa ne ba panyi enhyase
no onfa ne ba kuma
enkosi enkowie okato ho eti niema bi won mas wan fa ni bre mvuram no anfa spiritism ama me hyemu a enkrofo be fa osa won say we sit here and blame traditional authorities.
Sometimes we blame when you because you're all
the time.
I'm not parent from Accra.
I don't get it.
Na oye culturally sensitive wa and obe won say even though me kuta me permit I can work without them but me nko nananom ho so on tie bi kra wo kwa se ne boni su o ne papa e ho de nananom ahoro wo monsa aban na ama ne krata ni asase se wo meye asase ne ye media na so agudie na ewo mu no aban ne se wo meye e na aban ama ne kwanti anamo nananom atuei me gidi se nananom a wo nkura aka ni nyina so eni suman kasa ama akwebosi Yesu de okan ya wo che ebinum adwen no ma nyankopɔ punishment so e ba no oden pa anu oden pa wo se yeto enipa nsemu a won na ye enipa bone a nyame ene ekosu kire na wo ye nyame bone a wan na obesu a kire no enu ntie ho ne de ne de anu oden pa but de what
Supreme Court
eti nyame
suro de obetime kum honam wasa kum sunsum na
ene de obekum honam ne pe because etimi kum honam na sunsum ne ti ase na wokɔ enu nti yesra mu de nananom aye ne sabre no na yensan mra se agudie no nyame de amayen nyame wadom Ghana fu
papa
eti sa abai wa bi a wasi so a nyame ahye da ma mpokua ne to
ba bia
wani mu ofe unufo ofe
enyam
echinyam efimunyam echemunyam odi ama ba yusu ni ye wa yusu ni ye a obebo abrewa na we fa so bi ama so
panyin ko yechire ne kan so ho fe no wadwene wu a wo be bi ne bere
of course eti ade ne de asase mu agudie eniyema ebema God loves us so much say eniyema ebema life aye comfortable dia maye no or dia maye but we don't manage them well I say ye fom ye say no ye nwi hu ye nwi nchirima ho in fact say ye generation ye ne ba da no a kasabre ye nya hwe
gaga na bo
I mean say etwa ebo twabutu ene ye ne di ka ba ya nsa na ye nananom mu asebe ne ye hu omu bagimi mre no omu ye ne di ka ba no
right now na ye bagimi mre
no that is what we feel ye feel say ye nananom tu betu gold way ena mutimi tina ho na mo ani bi to understand say family gold kra obu on abusua gold no na abo ho ban ene bedru me so a me na me say mo ma me nkoton fa me ya busua yi ba me na oto no ntimi nkoton wo eye pesemi nkuminya eni bre magimi din me ya mobi ehun sa adwo akyerewa me nie me na maba me twika me bobra pa me nwese me be radwo abanyina bewo e radwo aba bewo we bewo abewo etu omu nyina ba esaben ene metwa ato koso ne di gala no ne se nsuo no no wabusuafo ho beba asem yenwi wo mo te yempotamu wo konsuo na wo kose no ahaya de ye alternative ayebe no mu nsuo bi tini kobo nsuo bi mu that is what we should know a free hana eko no kwa be kwa kodu kro foforo so ye betime ba se yensuo kro be du ko devo aho se nsuo na eko enemo na eko na o manya yade bi wo ho lead consumption na mercury ni bi ko mumu na we yi ko mumu yesi amayade ahodo kidney hwan ni nyina
domo kan do na nyano kwa mamba we nkan me papa is teacher ni that he was my high teacher throughout my primary school and I was a very good debater until naturally I picked him indeed well they be catch me say because he's a we debater even when you are going to condemn or speak against the motion, find some 1 or 2 paragraphs positive to speak for the motion.
Positive be enough mom. Yes.
That's a good debater.
Very. Hey, ono scan when you are ofarukwa. Kwamna uko bia galamsey for shadwa enema omo eyema community no aban Ghana ban yeto aba register ye tua tax kura ntimi nyima
omo mo nyuma
hold on na menya honorable first love okay apia kanin ono MC ma oboase municipal enkodi nkomo honorable good morning
dear
na mpacho ho ye de
mpacho nyame hu me mobo mpacho mo so
nyame anso hu ye nyina mobo saa na ade ba ko na tete yen enim se obeto ye de but me musa galamsey ya ye koso ewo aye akatechie sui minim se hye what ho nsem na de ba na mo no motu afa ho
edikan me da se mefa akunya we so na mo fe dikete so achia sante man from class penny aye the regional minister na maxia obia oboase municipal na so oboase west constituency meme die no ekokeka adafe na oboase no ohun se ye ka oboase a ye nyina ye sister constituency Jacobu oboase east Afrofom dibiase ne motion na formina na kakra nti se bibia si a no ma ye na oboase bakenye oboase akatete so ye wodo to be constituency
oh okay okay
nti no oboase no meme dia kokeka adafe nti no formatasi koni nyina ye wodo to be constituency na FM ben nti wan hwe ya wo bekasa ye oboase
enti adaso no na adase ne efre katechesu ni nyina wo totobiri enye wo jurisdiction
adase ye mini jurisdiction
asa ehoso bi koso sa
ai adase na wo bekaya Emeja Excellency John Dramani Mahama ba oboase no mia kasa as municipal chief executive assembly member there odaho a no so ya assemblyman security kotopo obi a wo ho enti no sa adase fa kasa se ame no kasa ide do me call what me call a cost of your woman 9 months of also buy your mobile same machines in the admin. Be this time to your hobby.
Enti besi ne adase ho no omo jai galamsey ne ye.
Na make can say e buy ya me call ha me cost of woman 9 months of stormy or honso mobile ye o majuma ne de. Me call hobby because emotion kakra. It means me call hobby.
What can I say?
But I so dear, and your media, ewo, Dr. Bricon.
And you're restricting who to Adasi Honum Nafi Yenche. Ubesi Swono, na situation it is saying, and Salmria, that last time I called so, Senanetie, Motimiakon, and answer still a man for M. Famonsam Nunya Jumana, Diomoyano Moye.
Honestly speaking, maybe buy, you know. Yes, I don't baby dear, we inherited the dear, when you offer. And so, me buy and on that one dear, and any minute. No, make the dear Galam say, Ned Jaya, for us, of course, I can take you okay, called to agree. A J. I'm Ramana to tour, and Uncle for yes, or did almost, yes, or did the almost why a friend will say. Sign call for, said then. And you know. Meme diana meme kokoto ya na etimi kostopo omo no what sa san kofa na ya omo kano sa na omo ye no ho
okay
and na ya ask you stop pay wo omo enti me stop pay wo omo na die na because me aka se come omo order say am na no my idea afa mu ni nyina no omo cover ni nyina so enti ya de obi doza crampo one of omo ye adwuma no omo doza me ka che omo so omo fele no omo free assassin so. And almost started so almost air feeling. And a 9 months so best strike and almost best see those and to say then many police or what operational commander, other police officers, call one dear, call hobby.
Okay. And as a airstrip hona and our duration.
A what airstrip is at the Jacobu.
Yakubu. Okay. But a bell would be
no.
And your boss has trip on an afro architecture, no a under Jacobu. Bawumia, the Oko Hono. Never so, and Uko last time now, Uncle Hobby. When was I white dreams or Bessa Quack or say, the Oko Kayan, Omudi Yejuma?
Baby, no dorsum. And now Bequaha, a debate, no Bequaha, a detia Bequaha. And see, and the money mass to train. My friend, assemblyman is on fun and in concourse of a man, and yes, said the whole city.
Okay, right, and ye better, Echibesaba. Na afe said the name I call Hono, yet to me, Ashe. But Minister man for a report to be breed the amount, said the Galamsey, a yomono, and Yasim Kuma. So, what is our report now? Often a saying, and Sagana Hoyo.
Sweetheart. Sadio Mampany, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama Kayan. Then a directive of the buyer, who be a Negalamse won't assume. Who be a Negalamse will cook, men yen will quiet, men yen will forest him. And on Mampany Casa. And in the bed, Galamse was to be a saying, Mampany, I mentioned in Tia Nemo, Miss Mammy.
I see.
And Tisana clear, and Tianya will be a. But yen, you know, so you fight it one good. Wound die, then over cock or common on there, at the bed saying the next day you go, they are dead. And I would to me so for Drawa and Zata won't send on no pack. At Rawa, what's not one I do. Who walk of a policeman is one what's not one I do. It's an old Pamo woman and no more the Bantamis and a Pamo woman is speak to it, he says. Menano so and Sana Mesco. Sama Mayeno, Pataso. Until me quite me them and see this water, Monsha Ramon Catasso. And Sana Mesco. She found a Yakonoa, and see a corner to walk on and I do the corner myself. That's here one for food creation or almost across in the sense of the prophecy. And you know, I have started Yakon.
Yo. Honorable Medasi na Medasi P yemfansi ya nse besa abane abedin komono na right me wo bone of we bi wo ha odi wani echem ewo akatechie so ho na odotobri ya frɛ no ɔse nye hɔ nye no jurisdiction maame nso si hɔ nye no jurisdiction
adas na maame no se de no ka say onye excavator kura benya be 5 right now
egu
oh yeah na me ti also be frame maame we assembly member we area the whole of Obuasi municipal
adaso na so oje tum se hɔ
just 1 second cross na
nti saa ba bia na strip no bona se hɔ
no de akitiche ne de Manchester Central
yebusa dotobri Manchester Central ene odotobri yebusa hɔ MC se hɔ nye no jurisdiction they yet that's a report am saka
e bia ye nyo no emu
enye onu akase mu
Manchester Central na de tie ne se e ba dada no nyina no wo kra nye na kwate da Boasifo no head down credit in my say yeah.
Okay.
They own it, they claim it and own it as if it's just me
what there's no
yeah. Oh, I can tell you there who drew baby welcome to Boaswana. Oh man is just about 10 minutes quite to no draw and almost sure. But that enclave, Kwamna, it goes beyond them. Also the woman is helpless. He's telling you now what's happening. What for the whole there. Or to walk on these sides canon. And almost then I bet my phone. Manadimpa. Na mmoa bi wo ha betum de aboa no aboa o man de bone nsa de we nya de a aye se ma wo scenario baako kwabne me swapa se o ye wasore no somnti wo se bi o ba ba ma fa no bone Ghana no bone first one e bon samtawa eni nti o pam na frifia wo ye responsible parent kwase ba no
wo na also twene show
thank you
na watretre
thank you
no wasesa
thank you
na o jan de so wo to na jejem
no de say bi na aye no ye jade ne sa ade ne nye
Bambia Homano, no more Rakakra, Nintio Monso 0551599933 0551599933. Mamintio Monso more comment. Yeah, more at the Ebema Obano Mara brief for my hello. 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 Good morning. Yamiadum show Yarwa.
Me tree now a baby or so open tembu atenya. One have been your attention. Because attend the and ya dey pray home because obi nkwa obi daache na ode eto chacha no say so wo hwe ne na court na kotie court nsempa first 2 days one help because say the ogira daka mu no odibim until say second person no so be ba say eh as a way so dibim nti I don't know ma you can say the wheels of justice no grind slowly. There's nothing wrong with that because it is to ensure say proper and true justice will be administered.
Abusia and Dennis Miracle Abuaje or yes spokesperson from the camp of Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. Yeah, say they all press NPP for betting to Abamano say National Communications Officer. Na na okopie mu ewo United Television me kire UTV na no pay kwatwetwe nkomo bebre no a na wakosane sane niemem. In fact, Dennis akosane sane niema mu pa amenne obi a wonya kwan etie Dennis Miracle Abuaje bia hu se o my Ghana ya sese wo mu no yentiye enyema bi ensisi so enyema bi nkoye kura wo kasa efa sa district tribunal ya sese NDC aban esa edede ba a ofre ne se we de ya tete kwa mu court pa a ye pese de ba ma sabi Ghana fo binom aso eye hye efri se enka ba bi akabima minka bi ede aduro o my Ghana mu na his excellency na dan kwa kufu adom po be yo mampani wasi court dan ahodo bebre magistrate ni appeals court ni ade court nkurase nyina nya court dan na still na yesi yemfasa na yemani nyina nya adwuma na yebesa akọ tribunal dia ene na chester atete kwa sempa ena eye yemfaso bia enhyeda enisho na onya daji kirikire mu chia ye chie no wo airport ni nsema hodo ede to no so baabi ekoko wie ne no kura enimu ne ta ye tata NPP fo ne chama Wontumi a ene wodam ni case hu sensem no Dennis Nyadaje kasafa ho ye Nyadaje na yentie Dennis Miracle Abuaje
mami embisa o se best 2 weeks ni almost 3 weeks bibisa 2 wo news in mo pa personally do you think say woodifo
Oh, AKB, I think say I've discussed this extensively. I don't want to go into it anymore. Let's just leave it.
No, but I mean, for the purpose of clarity.
Let's leave it.
Do you think say?
Let's leave
say
it.
even say and some are kafa uhunyana. Do you think say part of it and maybe
time deals with everything until the yenja non to.
But say money be dealing with it. But now what has say there? At least I see it.
And say me spend the time extensively to go through it. And I think I want to be fair to both sides.
Okay.
And I say I spend time because
Omakwan can release this statement through on same so I had to deal with
about
just
55
that
million.
I had to just deal with that aspect. But maybe
our accountants each year.
Maybe I don't want to go into it anymore.
But any no crest as our accountants in each year 55 million ibi.
Some yummy accountants no. Ono so
wo say per letter na de emu nyina.
I don't want to I don't want us to bother.
It's not about say you are one person will be David Power. Some of us we want to know.
I'm sure eventually time will tell. Time will break everything out.
Time will tell say.
Time the nyina be.
Say we di bem.
The American nyina ma carry. Oh, say me di bem, say me di phone there, say you na me check. And you will be an individual.
But say assembly or no one kasa obeka say me tene na say me sha.
Unfair to even the listener, the viewer. As a one kasa one thing. So be a cast as a man. And I think that we should be fair to everybody.
But I didn't mean yeah say go to me so make a choice say
say you will be a say church you say why you say unye you.
It's what church much woman.
Oh, of course. Okay. Of course, I've done that. And see, eventually it will be up to them to accept say in church una me dem mano. A thousand one say and thousand but and yet say asem no ho na oni omudi nkomo oni omkasa na oni nam na
o kasa fa. But at the end they say they will kind of say you've you know gone detailed about
once it's important. I don't know you're important to just it's in response to almost statement we release here maybe and
but a bit also just said this is not even where you in kitten other bigger issues are about what to be.
Well, yes, I mean, and those for me are the generic issues that we can all speak about. The fact that it's become like a pattern, you know, like a strategy by governments to more or less try to gag dissenting views near there. You know, with tribunals, you know, the attempt to introduce almost what we used to describe in this country as a kangaroo court, you know, into the country, something that has a very dark past for us as a country. You ebusuakuo bi wo man mu, you nkuro bi wo man mu a oti tribunal on had the better so because you need the tribunal the ba on my way mu those times you to me the table see okaishi na ehona na yedi wasem na atwe if you store mu na etwa mu pray, you know. It's a the very scary memories every nipa bebre until you ask yourself what is the objective, what is the essence of the tribunals, what does the government want to achieve, you know, and are you mindful of how the country feel about our past. Okay, Mbra, I'm penning for the reconciliation committee by the essence of reconciliation committee was to say na be mo bia kwanya no bia to me eyi de won busu nyina free ho near to me the home your bonnet ache na oman no yetumi akoye nim nti se osan ko fa niam bia reconciliation aka ho asem ye nkola asambre na ye hwe reconciliation committee no most of the things that will come up was but say now when I was arraigned before the tribunal and the tribunal was set up and the tribunal and the tribunal memories are your work on tribunal no. It is not to say tribunal no papa and papa. It is to say in Ghana the memories we have of tribunals are dark memories.
Okay.
And that is something a will be a home. I mean sure say what see na say won to the air can say tribunal ni nyina say they are able to see embrace ahye nyina say aban say court na ye wono in some cohort a check why choked judges and noso court and noso until obey introduce the another court net made the some intentem. Now you see so open tem buatan a more baby me tree now a baby or so open tem buatan one have been attention because attend the and you dey pray home because obi nkwa obi dachi na ode eto chacha no say so one hwe ni na court na okotie court nsempa first 2 days one have say the original dakam no odibim until say second person no so be say eh as we so dibim nti I don't know ma you can say the wheels of justice no grind slowly. There's nothing wrong with that because it is to ensure say proper and true justice will be administered.
Okay.
It is a worker and until we pray on now. What tribunal? The current tribunal bill na ya person. So man penny sani the chair say o man penny or tia kwenwa so no. obey appointed lawyer ni baako ono be chairman fan say judge John Training na regional coordinating council they be a regional minister hono any chief justice in consultation I appointed ordinary Ghanaians be amienu.
Oh, say me. Nti betimi abasa nipa na kombe lawyers.
No, but the law didn't say they should be lawyers. So say ordinary Ghanaians.
Let's be. But say bi wo hono, say they say ordinary.
Law no actually. See my young cousin say necessity. Don't enter the head of the one that will do it.
Me enter the head of the one that will do it.
Law no nimdieti a or say chairman no your lawyer. You know say omo maka ne they don't have to be lawyers. Nti sani pa me say we.
So in chen say simple other two no so ye lawyer
no man ye lawyer. That's what the problem is.
Okay.
Nti kese say brand can brand pedesa and ko chichire say me say nyina be lawyers. But I say ordinary. Nti so man ye. Nti two ordinary citizens. Any lawyer ni baako. Any betena say no medi wo asem. Aban botaye for saade ne say na tendi ya kontem. Ade baako a mesua o politics ma mesua ne ntempa ne say wunye tumi no one hwe ne yi a refi hu ne ma bebre
sa
ade be che no bon say ne ma ne bi abechekere wo na wa obi sa won say ba ne say na me ne say
okay
the best and I think say o mampeni abedeche Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia kan o mampeni ntwentwen so kakra
okay
ne die mu onto ne bo ase
me ba personally do you think say as I say tribunal no in the 1992 constitution yenyi enfiroka any tina o kan say o mampeni Kofo Abres where you know that reconciliation no 1 year review to said Professor Mills Abreso 2010 or more a commission here or Mampanyini His Excellency John Dramani also 2025 on also a commission even though reports are no any natural say EMP a didn't in a man you be sending him when you free honor
Obia so far if in 1992 be permanent no government has actually reviewed the constitution Obia Obia Obampeni Mahama Cranson
no but at least we're making an attempt. Once I will institute
attempts in the government after government, you know, make attempts.
Because I did a say a long overdue.
It's the most. I agree with you. So where we are now, and then say, you need to say, I see you film. So I just say, I see you film. In fact, as we speak right now, me no, a constitutional review committee no, a kafa tribunal no, because the full report. On the committee no embargo ntin sure nti see who sa report no na hwe say e dey crowd na Ghana for eka efa tribunals no
but you use so almost make you almost stand so
other institutions you see and so you know tribunals no so we call Ghana back so na say na you see use in the past now how e dey meko na yakayaka dey hye busuekuo bi ni nkronkro e be den say Ghana for be tribunals atum nti recommendation rather na say court ni yensi bi nka ho so what you say judges ni yenfe bi nka ho because you bet to be in skate nipa mi ensaka e mo ma ye tribunal there and you bet to be decide can afa judges ni bia den aka ho and then if you obekọ especially the high court ni the case kan obekọ ebo be 11 12 na court upon so what you say nti the
for police and
it can be done na insan so introduce technology so we say nsam ni bi wo e work court Zoom gravity me. Normally, now even Ghana have omoko if any say vacation, legal vacation now. Some of the cases some use Zoom.
Oh sir.
Oh yes.
Okay.
Most say some of the cases some use Zoom. Almost send a link. They've started. And see, I had a bit there because you go to some of the courts. It should be what we say issue way. I had a bit to me. I use another means there the account. So issue sitting now. Okay, kabo maybe a baby brio. Na ko yi ni nyina akọ. Zoom near there. If we crack courts to be got tenacity. The only thing they were going to do that day was to adjourn for the next day. But now block it will be case. And all these things can be done, you know, in a way a bit to me at the congested court. Ni NC court ni bin kan. Let's be fair to the sensitivities of the Ghanaian people. Okay. That is all. You see, I come here and say ma ade bia be o ma we bia NPP ni NDC. Nti enya bana say NPP focus say there bia. Just a tension actually NDC for the NPP ya adwen kra ye be push it through because NPP for said there.
Na se see ya woka.
And NDC for said there be
se pa unya tumi a.
I know. Oh, we've all been victims before. Oh, say you to me the pain. Any abo position pain.
Nti ade be na obeka se tumi ma oye ya.
Oh, enye me as a person.
Say ban kra na obeka say.
Enye me as a person, but to be honest with you, if you sit down with both NPP and NDC, they will admit.
Okay, so
NDC crime no kasi. There are members in the NDC here. They are very uncomfortable because they have experience from the previous NDC governments and they've gone to opposition, come back to power, you know. But there's something about power, and only the part of a human nature and kakra would all get there. But near my year of national nature, near my year of what bigger impact on us like tribunals in here. Oh, you bet me. Ghana form of kakra.
Okay.
Oh, na yaka say they we there. Say na city no nka ye free ho anka beboa. Oh, so that we are going to trigger so many things and it causes so many unnecessary. TUC first of all, they know what they are talking about. In fact, TUC ankasa one of the major victims and stakeholders when it comes to the tribunals in the past. Businesses.
Ntenye bi na musuro say bi ebedi mo nsem no.
Tribunal no me ba ye bia ma MPP for.
No ti. Said you see o kan say o ka say esase bia na ye NPP NDC. We so ya manyoni. You politician. And so me can say at the muso say what say from angle. Enti muso say bia mo sem ebedi mo sem tem do mako you know president.
Tribunal no MPP for nkwa na Ghana.
I know.
And ya tribunal say at the MPP for cases same kind of Ghana. MPP now MPP for do was saying case in Ghana. So the tribunal is not being set up for MPP.
Okay.
Because what the financial MPP force through omo do was saying yeah, NDC ba be mu MPP for do was saying what to say
omanfo in general na mo koma.
No, but that is the essence of the politics of the day.
Okay.
That is the essence of the conversation and only komodia yedi. Because you see, when you made the thing about MPP, I keep asking myself, MPP 4 cases do was say the workout.
Okay.
I need to make us a open tribunal there in intent. Do was saying case do was say obet me kind saying April 5. Nti enye MPP nti na menji ni say MPP nti na NDC pass tribunal. I don't think so. Because
but I will still come back to
because they make can say
maybe I will still come back to pa do because
I'll give you an example. I'm an example. I'm an example. Chema Wontumi was jail for 20 years. Based on Embra Embra yedi Chema Wontumi asem. Yes.
But it's hard to me as a whole na me say.
No, so I'm just giving you an example. Say oh yeah Embra to say tribunal na say MPP for can say yen say yen say a G input no. Men can say media me wa ban mu me NDC into them PBA me.
Okay.
So I just say because like I'm saying, you know, yeah, amended Mbra from 3 to 5 years to 15 to 25 years. The first person Sam Nano any MPP. You understand what I'm saying?
Into people because at that time na mo yes.
It wasn't done for NDC.
Na mo yes amendment no. Even though yen nyina yen say galam say nya de pa ebe ha omanfo even ne dache eso. But Ubeka say because that some mo abemo no me yes say na mo point finger say oh NDC 4 year galam say no mo so to be mamo. Professor Frimpong what report both parties ni nyina ebidin ye dey APA mo. But me obinum say there be some amendment and then munim pass pefe ebedi NDC for
no
anything na mo page no course
no obekaya time as mining amendments in the bio the entire country was calling for harsher punishment for galamsey. Yes.
Okay.
So it's in a make sure say the target for that law was not NDC or MPP. And that's why I'm telling you, say, as a city here, I would not even say the target for tribunal MPP. Because MPP 4 cases do was send a war home to because I open tribunal said. Okay, MPP 4 cases doors one. And the war court be brave and I say, oh, the cases now be brave. Many tribunal and then the MPP for some do was saying.
But when they say who be painting, is there a possibility say even more putty in word minority for working out part time and almost pass the bill. Do you think say moving forward, they are to Chema Wontumi no a bad tribunal now. There's a possibility to debate me to NDC for.
No, the issue with tribunal is not NDC or MPP. They are making you say tribunals are dark memories. We don't also think say issues of law, technicalities, you know, should be left for ordinary people, and especially even the mode of appointing omo mobet national engine this before be judge no or court entity bi mu principles bi you know, ideals, a friend is saying philosophies be, the level of independent mindedness, the level of self-judgment, near being very important. The mere fact of my opinion, sorry, now you will, me find say 30 tribunals, no half a penny paper, no a troll list of lawyers are no pay, not the accost women be chairman. The mere fact that Chief Justice in the Regional Coordinating Council, because Chief Justice, no, we call Eastern Regional, only me pay Eastern Regional, not in kind. Nti ekasa in consultation regional coordinating council na be proposing names abreno onimo no was sign off. That thought should be scary to every Ghanaian, not NDC or NPP.
Okay, nti now no say what's your tribunal now it need a positive side, because Attorney General aka say o ebema attend nie ehun I hurry, because in ASC justice delayed is justice denied. Unyi ni se no nso no ebe boa ma obi, because obi on nasem e wo hono ma ebe drage na ekọ ne eba, but at least into are you saying say within 60 days bibi ni e de be hwe aka na enye enough ana
the entire cases delay or court no you me say who say e de en so as you say the entire cases delay or court say the issue of you need court dodo nti bia judge ba ko okranse be 50. See, in a month, maybe wait me be about 4 5, and into the delay there. Solution here, then. Solution is say your judges 100, you have 100 and come home. Let us see between a chance, you I enter. Say you pay, say a contem so you have a Mohomi and Sanka. That is the solution to the congestion in court. If the delay is as a result of legal technicalities, we want to say more high court. Ye di asam na also pay interpretation of a certain law. Nti we stay the continuation of the case. In other interpretation the Supreme Court. This is Supreme Court and sa interpretation back to the court. Near to us. And no dear. If that is the object there, then that one there is nothing wrong with it. It must stay like that. Because emrana eni ni pani de babedino. Senchechemu that's all I say in Chechemu or no in Chechemu. Yendi asem no yemfa no kotum na eche no akọ Chechemu. That is a problem for all of us. Because there is a reason why the legal system is structured that way. You wouldn't hear Anthony friend is saying judiciary ni yahye ne sa. Say ye do wako court. Say broadcast law. What can be or air. Say na osika no one can ye. So what you say? Nti emrane say SN ABC now say oh there be o. Broadcast law no so kan ya se na sika no enye sa na wo do chechirem na asem kura ye di kura yi court a wo de aba no court ni to me say asem na ye kan wo asem no obetena asem no so what you say. But the only way you can have that resolved is say obeko Supreme Court no akọji interpretation nti ye ja case na to ho okọ Supreme Court akọ say my lord asem a me di wo high court ni na me gidi say asem na high court di no say ni nti no omu nti bi sambra omfa sambra we yen den endi nti mu cheche mu ebe take 2-3 months for Supreme Court kra ese so mu cheche mu wi ansa waba because man cheche mu a yen to bi fa asem ne yen den emra ne mfa ndi wasem say yes anya man ne say my justice system need delay there. There is nothing wrong with it. There is nothing wrong, because if you use the wrong law, what the emra the wrong law edidi abena asem na say convicted na wahano. So even if he has to take 2 years for all these technicalities to be dealt with before only abena be the area, and no, we don't have to rush that. But if it has to do with court congestion, number of cases at court, number of judges at that's only there. Solution is simple: build more courts, employ more judges. There are a lot of lawyers. Omo person mo courts ekoye djuma. Ah omunya akwenya nko because aban to me yeden enfalmo. That for me is the solution to the challenges that we have.
Anything good about a tribunal?
No. Ghana had me nipo beti macho anything good about tribunal.
No,
because we have all seen, we've gone through this before. Yeah, court rules are the way that. On my nankasa, yeah, experience tribunals that.
Okay.
And you acquire tribunals. I do be different kangaroo courts. You know, and again, it can be a kangaroo court because all the president needs to do is to appoint a lawyer on pay. Now, regional minister, any regional coordinating council, so I recommend any pay me no more pay. Now, the more court now was so.
But there's a room for appeal.
Room for appeal. And then why do you need all these tribunals? Why don't you just allow the courts to work. Why didn't the person disrupt the judicial system now?
You see that to be a disruption?
Yeah, it's a disruption. So far, what's the problem? The problem is that your case is in the door, so they're saying your court, and your judges. The solution to that is not a tribunal. The solution to that is not to fast track and use an easy path that could be problematic. Solution is say, "Obefa judges do do, no we see court do do." You invest in a new if we really believe say a justice system no is slower. You invest in. You see, what can I have if you say what come out? But what do you want? What was I doing? What can I run?
Me too.
No, maybe some question. Some say you're done any. What do you want?
Maybe some question.
And then me no can say, obi kasa na yetumi do obi kokot say we di o mampani atam ti yedna to mu 1 year. Yetumi do obi kokot say we di o mampani atam ti say yedna to 1 year.
But a good say obi be di o mampani atam.
You see atam die and
it's not even about say yedna to mo no but maybe say
atam die in our criminal code say me make apem ni Latini Methodist Sunday school teacher. What is me do obi atam da? Have you ever heard in any my communication market to you?
But because who say
yes, but say obi, but another person.
Miracles. We are having a conversation. Who say entity papa? Then why do you want to normalize obi or no do be the attempt?
But you enchi obi into for 10 years. There's a difference between morality and a crime and legality. Threat there a crime.
Okay.
Threat a crime, but insult a crime. So to say the person has insulted the former vice president, and now the president in Tiedna to me.
But do you think say Nipa no need to because of insult and also because of threats?
Oh, there are people who have been arrested for insults.
Okay, no, because of lady.
Yes, we've counted almost about 30-35 people who have been arrested for.
But a threat,
oh, threat is a threat. Threat is a crime. But insults. It's a manka threat too. You see, insult. Attend ye chinipa. Attend ye drink for my way. And I mean, they said they be a matter. Bawumia, NPP, what say did the 5 at 1 so I just say,
I would see.
I make kind poke kind. But I don't know, Kasa. No.
Obi do what some
no. Obiana is a city, no. So I just say,
no,
we say our communities go her. We say our communities go her. Attend the cry a friend say actually like a agro.
Na nti atemi ye atwetwe ya agro a ngadi nti na obi e ka se wo yere no miensa etimi ye wo ya.
No ya attend you no miensa de no ye o ka se mo ye miensa wo ma tell you. And the waka sama to so. No. Debi waka sama to me so. Eno ya attend oh yeah, that's how you know me say kan ye bone ya attend ye.
Enya na nti unani wo say nya bone di nti na ma
ye. Me wa kan ye me ya. Me nti na ye me ya. Ade a wonye ye na ye de ato to de.
Enti wonni no miensa.
Sen ka me wa ankan ye me ya. Na wonni na wo sa so nya ho asotwe de.
Wonya ho asotwe.
And then me no ka say me ye no bag miensa. Wa park me no aka.
Oh, but were you serious about that?
I'm serious because I just way serious about. Now you me na what to say say ma worry miensa ka wo no.
But say we a politician. Enti wonni say that it said the work and say yen say we come.
Safina me church dem. Enti na bag ba ko aka bag ba. Afina me church dem na aka bag
ba. So dia waka to. You share a Ashanti regional chairman. Chairman because what's them they also want person over delve deeper.
Me I say me delve deeper. Me delve into it.
You but we near maybe we so obe clear mama ansa na wako. Do you think say Chairman Wontumi ne babra ye dey in tansa ball no to omo akopem say 20th year judgment e ba ye no. Na no so ye short ana.
O say Chairman Wontumi dey nyina anim say politics.
Woni ho nyina anim say.
O we bia wonjin tum but enye politics.
Say me enye politics.
Say enye politics enye politics pa on my way. Galamsey baby etu no. Omo mutu. Omo kra excavators aba. Omo excavators ye omo de ye ni mu nyina anim bebre ya body de bia. Omo ankasa omo de tu omo num say omo ye Galamsey bebre. Enti ade na Wontumi.
Na de na mo so we be akasa o ye Galamsey na wonnim so say illegal mining bone aye nyina ka say tie to the tangent say ya amende ho embra. E didn't na mo so mo report it.
Say ya report ya bre me first person me the photos of ni page na omo gina ho yen so mo nyina ho omo gina akokari friend saying senior high school.
Okay.
Wall echi Galamsey me dey told me Facebook me the first person ade echi na police ko na ko pam omo Who nipa no?
Na.
Me ba o se me ka
Facebook wall.
Na me tag you so mo koye.
No, there has to be a follow-up.
No, I'm koye. And me pena minimum. Na so man peni aka sakra bie na num tu aka se o ka se onim se ne nkrofo ni bi ka ho a no oboa. Nso oni momo. Ye nyina eni momo. Nti aso chema Wontumi being used as a scapegoat for political. Ye nyina eni se chema Wontumi dey tipo demu nye because of galamsey. So ye nyina eni.
So ye
because of nsem na num nsem.
But so okokoti nka se nsem na.
Oh, so the enim. See, there's a difference between the enim and the eda pono so.
But say we emra na ye di.
Oh, ebi me no problem. Emra de, see, emra de you to me the use no ye de epe bia. Emra no to me. Wetumi de ye de epe bia. Say wo no ebi betuma ye bone. But that ban some de achew. But the same bone now ye no be for ya say ye no be court. There's a big difference. Chama Wontumi asem nipa nankasa okọ asase no so koye galamsey na ye chama Wontumi ono no oni ko se wa koye galamsey o nipa nankasa okọ asase no so koye galamsey so ono no yamfa na ko yam prosecute no so nsi yam prosecute no nti ya ban choice it is a make sure say 2 minute embra de aban betumi use no so pe bia nti na ye ne aban twen me nti me ne aban twen because the aban person de ye obi aso person ye wa or the bayo aha
nti mo ma person mo de bi ye obi ana
so e bia wo example bia betumi de ba at least me wo chema Wontumi de ye wo ho aha
no baby sa
ye de me nkai so kai no betumi aka but me chema Wontumi de ye wo ho ye nyina nim o man yin just say wo person pretend na onim say chema Wontumi e scapegoat. He's a political prisoner or he's in jail because of politics. Say chema Wontumi ye politician na na nko ye galamsey mpo a me nyini so kedem ko mo ye galamsey se bebre ni mo nyina.
But na wo kana ya na mementi ase.
I won't say no man peni kai na oti ase.
Say de usika se wuni mo nyina.
No man peni kai na so man peni so kai. O kai na oti.
Me no na.
Dey bi ba so no so kai na oti. Ono so kai say ono so ni momo. O na oti na say. Ono no ko to me. Me bo dem opposition, me say me opposition me ni to me.
Enti wo to me dey anka dem mo to ho. Ba say sa abre no so na mo to me professor Frimpong Boateng wo no anka say mo member obugo bi dey. Ade ti na mo so.
Onye Professor Frimpong Boateng report no say in fact in the western region omo here the biggest we find say participants e wo galamsey NDC for it's in the report
na one can be so amfam
o kafa ye so ye ho
na de na monti
ye tunu na monti na kwhwe ye time almost about 170 people were sentenced for galamsey
we sentenced omo da so dem one so omo serve omo sentenced
no say various even one 6 months even one 2 years even one 3 years they were sentenced yes no you have to check yes nti the point is that galamsey from the bebre say ye Wontumi na ye Wontumi Ashanti regional chairman kan sem
so you admit sending sem your kan ye nso so no na enye
no enye say enye na mo say wo ka politics be ye say wo ka sem tiamia na sem benye tumi a de me na metumi de tumi ne ye
so ba wonim so ka bibi tie o man panyini
no min man so di na tem ana anti bibi sa minim so ye politics say so man panyin so kan sem ene NDC for so kan sem tie Akufo-Addo. That is why I always have a problem. Let me tell you one of the things that scares me a lot is when I feel that the America ebetumi am obi gwefu no why me bone.
Okay.
It scares me a lot. I'm very worried about it because otherwise what is the beauty of the democracy here away?
But say na hu ne se wo ka bibi e kan krofo anti ebetumi ayo bone.
Debi.
Na ne dai na gamali no be shia yo kan se ne krofo se wo kasa dodo na.
Nti na maintenance no. So I just nti na maintenance no. Say adenti a yen kasa ukọ other countries so much to yensen omo ukọ other countries so much to yensen omo in other countries Burkina Faso, Guinea, Mali o much to no mo didi nkomo yensen omo say yen dey be ya na say be sra no pa na ye be kasa me no nya adwen o so be 24-hour economy 133 untumi ye nti wasa bo modern national ya sade wasa untumi ye nti bia me kan e yo ya say metoto but I'm fine no ebufuo mfam weni betata me say na me kan tia say because after all the NDC for katia NPP aban ye akakotambo
monka kota
nti afia de
maybe say o monka
baby na the NPP NDC for kai say na say na ye ba ha Akufo-Addo ye kromfo Akufo-Addo ye say achim mafia thief shortman devil why you say money din bebre NDC for to me ye achichire throw book ejapade throw book nyina she Akufo-Addo why na ndi Akufo-Addo atem e wo man we mu why na ndi Akufo-Addo atem what say obi ka say na ne buefu no say no nti me dey be me view there speech should not be criminalized speech should not be fashion say duma ye see e be ya friend of politics here see leadership in politics e bi say odo hu bedi mu a the yeka they make us footballers and politicians e nipa bi a obi emu wo mo ye bo mo di mpɛn na nke Kufuado tuwe Kufuado o man temu obetu babo ni deze Kufuado papa peni ogodi 8 years o man temu anka ba say friend Kufuado His Excellency John Dramani Mahama John Mahama o street obi say John Mahama no na team antemu a nko ye nyina ye papa onye nyina ye ja nka obetu my friend John Mahama Stephen Apia should be native efia kwakodu ye da so bo ni di mpɛn politicians ni footballers here sanity here obobo no ambo ni ye bedi watam sa na politics so be di mu asa nti as a politician you can't get sentimental and emotional about speech you can't Wontumi just say be a threat and na ebia ebibia etwe abo so like defamation near the end there you can deal with that
nti nipa na so do you think say yes so what you're right you defame him
oh yes
so will you take the person
so when you say me Methodist ni me sanso ye Sunday school teacher
sir
aye nti imagine say wako Sunday school na o kire nkola say mwadwaman entrepreneur ni ade na Methodist for so yan ware more than one na obekwa so
that me ko ready
na be that Sunday me ko no nyina hwe me ni kanche
nti obe take nipa na kan na on
there be for now no me hwe dem etumi me say fee first
okay fee adjust say
makazi bag 3 no 2 abeka ho dia ka ho han di bi ko so de ka it be ka de ko du baby na say afi de finally
info baby ho meet me akopa che
na say benifo no bi say kwaku enu kre benifo no kra je ko omo kra ye convinced
I mean den ne na wo so ho ahome
Debbie see I can't also
for enye convinced there because there are people of because adie we there miracles betima but when kwa de ontimi nye but so bi ntimi nsan wuti wo ho there there's a question
benifo no 6 2 say mid kwaku de onti sa ontimi yes
na 4
no say kwaku ye de ebedi we chia ko no mu chechire mu ansa eti e kasa
wundi
oh gidie de say nipa ni gidie de but agumi mo fi me kwa sorry a Sunday me kwa so ye hwe me ni kanche Mount Calvary Methodist Church na ka ye hwe ni ka oh na ye o ya say we bi me
na was
pa church no say so for me to me yes it me go so America but it defamation is a different thing altogether threat a different thing why do you defame somebody now wo cassette your man penny your mahama and now wo threaten no say wo be kuno so I just say but wo cassette your man penny your Dramani Mahama what to say you see okunetwie 35 you know the bar power no nye boni bia e ona kan obi na kan na wo quote
na wo reiterate
yes I know ye boni ye bra na makwan na wo no wo betra de bia wo nka say they are what alleged wo nka de bia na nka ye chi asanka wo dem
so say the one that near me
no I'm just saying into speech there ebi ye nyina ye nkambom ne ye nkanchira ban say yes no the one ye speech you can't do that. You can't do that.
But I can't such almost much for no so one can show almost so much.
I would always advocate. Anything I make me
because sometimes send me one what I was saying.
I would advocate. Instead the be use me as an example. Say, look at me as a mentor. Show me. Me need so be cassette here buying we say me. But won't take that say me. No, me here being put.
Okay, so one day at a map personally, do you have a problem with now the executive secretary are occupied with former
no I don't have any problem.
Woni any problem there and they didn't know we inedi
me inedi o ma cheche mu sa me inedi me say ti o
but wonu aka say we inedi which I'm sure say one video
me inedi
when you marry Sanda
one can okre me inedi
one can okre
when me inedi metumi
one can jene so one kwotena nchen
baby say me catch you say na institution no enya ban the 2 workers neka enya ban na afa workers no
okay
it's institution na afa workers ni 2 workers neka
na wa wo for how long
oh for a couple of years me koto no
okay
koto no institution na afa workers ni 2 ban neka but na institution ni sika omo no se ka se yekoso wa de 2 workers ka ye just can find ye adwuma se ye no nti me ka che omo se enye ono pe be nipa be 6 bi se me ko finance ministry ka clearance me saka clearance na abi do bu nyina ye den aba and the 2 months kana me saka clearance do
okay
me the message kra e wa ha me friend no e dey the documents ba ye na me gina appointment letter ba no
nti ma na be ye osan be ye adwuma ni
yes me na me e ma ono kra o the you can read this send in no a screenshot
yeah gamali okay IMCC OD okay
you know ni penny nipa and me penny nipa obi aye ne sa nti normal say e kosi ya
I dey say I'm sure say Bia any screen any. I mean, let's be realistic. You're not happy about the whole thing.
I don't hold grudges.
No, you're not happy about it. But why are you making it look say, oh, and yes, normal?
Method is I don't hold grudges.
To you, it's not normal.
I don't hold grudges. What if I'm not even alive tomorrow? What if he's not? What if we are not?
Miracles.
In life now you live, you don't know what's up tomorrow. So I say, you don't have to wake up in the morning and bear grudges against people. Obi ani your dentia or ye bibi tia. Or ye tia wa me personally. Obi oni me bi ani say me no nya kasa kasa na kra cha no pa na masia for na yakasa. Because bibi anya ya so no be nya ntoko na de be che say oni obi na akọ na yi ase na okoso. I don't want that to happen. He knows why he's done what he's done. It's in the past. It's okay. I forgive him. We move on.
Okay. Mamima, the 18 months, and I mean, obefa benyo kunye woge nejuma. What assessment ASA? I mean, percentage wise, obema abayne say.
Oh, I think say you can see a repair they are buying on. If you are 30-20%.
30-20%.
20 to 30%.
20 to 30%.
20 to 30%. But the mefa nina 30%. If I inject 30%, I mean. The mere fact say near man be or to say be also about be 5 ministers 50, near man keten no and chain no why so I just say why yes near man but near man
who say near san man keten so abuan so ama say yen waste sika
dey be no ministers 50 no musika board doors so say no ministers here 150 no nti emboy nti na make say no peripherals no.
Okay.
Nominal number say me ba me 15 why nti ye me max wo ho but ebo no ye drink no betin max na so
okay.
Because 50 ministers no the cost more than 150 ministers no e wa ban we mu oh e na niema potin ya o manage na so the to aba ma ban na ban into me ye ba kompo ye
bit say dey
oh we say aban we ba no niema mu gina so pa say into aba mo ye employment and the cost of living inuma ene abrabomu cost of living
living here higher
higher na chema dey ba ko higher than in the past me no ka say bisa Father Dixon electricity se Father Dixon to obama NDC a ade ba ko be gina so to obama NDC ne say NDC ka chene so mo ba electricity cost on better so akofem they said it verbatim I didn't know to obama mo obeto amamo because Father Dixon yesterday late night show from 7 boa 9 kopem tell be 1-2 am depend on controversies amode beba ebe o ka mutumi yakopem 3 sambe ni nyina o tu electricity bill it is obi ba no say obeto so ma na obeto ma no be nei Faradex electricity bill a cost by 24% in just 12 months. Would you say you're happy?
12 months 18
no within 12 they can afford and also but within 12 months almost to call 24%. Isuo a cost close to 17%. Would you say any budget? Here there were some teachers now omo schools mu a omampani ko school unity fa roof room land cruise mu e ka kire omo say me hye mo bo me be omampani a mu nyina mu benya automatic placement that is say wo wie school a untena fie biem wo wie ye na wakwa kire de omo nyina te fie omo mpo a ya form adwuma mu a wo beto omo say omo ye teacher for say wo tu omo ka bepe mo ne untu omo ka e mo da so ye adwuma 17 months, 18 months, 16 months, the millions of young people are who catch them say are buying payroll workers also 800,000 workers. We be making sure say private sector and public sector ebe 133 one job 3 people. Let's say 800,000 e wo ho no. Wo di mienu ba be den aba be ka ho. Me a young person na me pay dwuma. Na say wo kasa asem we kyereme a and found the NPP I am me to abama would you say ne ya untumi fa 133 in by who deserve say these young people e be di wechi obi tire fie for so many years no need that so and on mampani kufo e the basic education be free and another bank for the senior high school be free and unti for the first time in history ne busua obi antumi nko school nko eche da but for the first time in history Nebusia akọ school akọ basic school free wabekọ secondary school free owie secondary school obetene fie pe ena party for ba be ka che ne se ye ba beto aba tutia na na dan kweku fado ne NPP omo ma akọ secondary school free no tuti omo because meme ba mema wako university ni free first year no obekɔ ni free metua ma huntua he na wokɔ school free wo sorry obefa bag na wokɔ school fees no metua ma school no nti ehun hia kra sɛ wonya admission a obakɔ tua bibia stress free level 100 fees and I will promise you bepe not a single Ghanaian student and a wonya stress free level 100 fees not even one.
But when the portal buy one form putting their details and I went
you see and that is always where that is they're not a problem NDC for war.
So I say Omuntia
Messi obi enye bi ma me chechiro mu o man peni kasa o UPSC a o launch stress free level 100 or say ohun die nti a akwala no eye hiani nti obo an ko secondary school free afi owie secondary school a obekọ university no
na
your problem on yeska nti what he is going to do next obeyi sa barrier na free ho it will be paid to the universities as grants nti winya wa admission na etua ska na my university no as grants so the abeya ne say obefa bag the okan no na okọ school as we speak akwale bie no winya admission na wafa the bag akọ school just okọ pay school fees ni betua and even the last 2 academic years omo ba ya admission no nkwala bebre omo wie secondary school so mo ntumi anko school free SHS what is akwala be wie BEC ya opese okọ secondary school went to me anko because wonyanya school nko ade ade yan say obefa bag na wakọ yese bia woni bag ana woni mpabo a obehye enu ti wo so wonko but wo wura school ni ma onko school ni yan ka say betua school fees na wo wi aban betua ma as we speak yesa wo kobo besia ana wutie ye mo bi ma uska ekotua ema University of Ghana answer echire no wakọ fill form na wutie ye a aban etua ma nti nkola dodo o mo ntumi nya bosia
but if ebinum tie ye ya ma aban na tua
ana say ne na wo dada maybe the loan e ko school and now what dada nti what was the promise me the senate loan in a University of Ghana sa time no me ma me ko bobesia na me dey ko school
no make up stress free
me ma was me try say no me say if the stress free loan no more kind stress free fees
no but the loan the stress free no wasn't loan
I am telling you that if the stress free policy was that kopes kan tua na uwe mu wie a na me tua ma wa nkan kwala ne nkosa line to ma NDC aban
no but that was when that time on na nye say aban ne ko hwe skill ba I think say na e take effect and you that time na mo fa ne bia ko
but absolutely the two academic years in na sanet here they have two cohorts aka two pe no mo ban na free school within the 4 year tenure on be fa kwala no 4 times
but mo make sure omo asa nipa no ko bobo sian kwa no ko ya say wo tua
see the problem wasn't those who could afford to get a loan because here mo na ye betumi afford any loan there na ye kodada even no na edding ni ye ko
but say wo there no
how about the problem was omo wie school a ote adeso akwala bi a ye de ne ye poster boy on free SHS adeso okọ free SHS yi oso eja okọ fomu kodo no waso eja we wie school we nya all A's not ya deso ye bi say ade na won school o say mi ni sika me de be ko tua school fees enti me do se me boabo sika na minya na metumi akwa kotua na metumi akọ school nti sa akwala we no se won tumi nye sika amba school na ebe dey na wa apply na wa refund am no wa get na fie still so the real problem which was those who could not afford to have the money and go to school still remains
okay
and last year and this year nkola nya admission no still adodo na ntumi anko school adentia de anitie yen ntumi nya bosia anko ankotua no wakafie and they are the same people ntia wo kofa stress free because they stress free and na still am nko true stress nko pebesia and so what me to back amame that is where the problem is
there wo kase see in another side that would feel say aban entimi enfo feel ya ntia ma wo man say
no several of them
yeah but talking about so kase several because I think you're not being fair to Aban because 4 years.
Okay.
And it's based on just 18 months, and I say even say 1 year cramp na 12 months. I didn't see any one train you know on the 4th time. No, I say put in near we na together. And no dey yet say.
I got a problem no.
I
go be say if you no pa policy bia wo pese
in the first 18 months and
the first 18 months by the first 6 months na free SHS aba by the end of the first 12 months na napko aba by the 18th month na ambulance aba by the 17th month na you start your friend is saying special development project it doesn't mean say na ye wie free SHS ye fi abem kra na still ye guso ye implementation but what started nti mama bisa question chemiade ba ko under 24 hour economy a NPP aban e bia to akwemu in the last 18 months e man ma ogidie say by 2028 June Ghana ha ye be 133 mama ba ko say ye hu a ye be ka say oh ogidie o ho mama ba ko example mama ba ko woni bi. That is where the problem is. And the issue is not about the fact that no, we need be one kawaka. The problem is yes, be expect say Ghana the bia be 24 economy 133 say no kan no. But you person hu say mo sha ase de niam bia to akwemu. Ade a omo so omo year ato akwemu for 24-hour economy no. Any 24 economy promise omo ebo ebra. Say mo kosi market. O come area omo si market to ebru. Every market, we say 24 economy. Okay, so what?
Clinic,
how is it coordinated? How is the 24 economy market connected to the fact that we say Boomerang nightclub ewahi? Second price waha. We say Boomerang nightclub ewahi. Oman penny be no muton ka say Boomerang nightclub ebe ye 133. Nti nkenna no pay abo 8. Omo mo kwa adwuma no na jono kwa club.
Enti the way I compare modi and now I say nanapko how sustainable was it? Abra even says the first 17 months and I say the 18 months and on a buy
by the time I feel by the time I know yes
700 citizens now
every policy yes into the fatwa ko na HS and na time fa fix it what starting in term na who HS in term no nya time I fix it now kra 18 you won't start here see the men now best starting the way who HS no.
Okay. Do you think say mwaban mo communication problem? Enunti na we ye wadwen say enya de mpo say wo call for position bia but when we say lapses wo honti na nei wo pe say wo call national communication director.
Me ka say your communication problem. Me ka say as a party bibia ye dru no. Ye here communications directorate a lethal in a very positive sense. Communications directorate in a very positive sense. Communications directorate are focused. Communications directorate to me in the midst of the chaos. De nimu no it to be sunny in sem nimu ema Ghana ni etsen sem nase. Communications directorate to me the asem no ekọ Ghana ni bia pon ano na echeche nsem nimu.
Then more problem with communication.
Only problem. You see, you don't
because how we need one man can want to identify loopholes nyina a wo ba best.
Someone introducing new program or UTV and it is a more problem. More enhancing UTV. Anamboa. Hey. Someone introducing new program or UTV. Say
UTV as say
UTV is an organization. Oba
yeah come
before
me say miracles yeah come
no problem with you but
communication
but for that one back to take the show to another level. Say na yeso ye na kwakoye oba to take the show to another level. It doesn't mean say na problem at every point it's our assessment baby you do there yenya abena ebeboa no de yakoye nim sa pepe na NPP pepe so edu no I don't think we have a problem. I think that we need a certain type of leadership for your communications directors and going forward. Me view ni say niema miensa. You hear communications director e betumi akan sem no kremu na Ghana for ate ase. You see Ghana voter no say bia ye duru no. Ghana ni bia koto abɔhwe na brabom. Teacher ni bia ni wo sorry koto abakeke. Okoto aba say die na aban no eyama teacher for. Die na amanyoku NPP say omoba ombe yama teacher for. Nurse, tailor, dressmaker, mechanic, unemployed young person, student. Obi ehwe bibi. Nti ekwan ben na yebetumi afa so. Na ya church nsem no including comparative analysis. Ya de beto nsenie so na yesusu say NPP ni NDC no. Say na NPP for yama unemployed youth. Say na NPP so ye na yesi e ba say na Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia so be no. So fact-based conversation is very important. Okay. That is what we are going to build. Fire. All facts, you know. That's a passion in you. What he cry also on the pass. And what didn't say to be sorry, P.A. Ghana for Caucus. I'm going to bring that fire into the NPP comms architecture.
Yaban omo chi omo galamse no on my two mumu. Yabama omo amnesty, no more samba. Mojidi say, and maybe omo from here, omo nu omo ho. Enti yebe omo na yama omo another chance.
So we clearly, and we think say, I say, ni mo wa ten pro whether ni a can you nyina so ni nyina so yen fa nkotin. That's why we believe it was a political trial, and it's not going to. Last week, the Honourable Member of Parliament for Bia East, the Honourable Richard the Champion, but now baby I'm not mimiti because I'm a mimiti baby I'm not doctor. He made a very serious statement. Or say I think you be chichi bebre, think you be prosecuted bebre. So you can clearly see there's a whole political state being set. That notwithstanding, the NPP affirms its confidence in the judiciary. That doesn't mean the judiciary cannot get it wrong in its rulings. And when a court gets its ruling wronger, you have appellate structures you use to also remedy the situation.
MP for Afwano Southeast Yakubu Muhammad, one of DC, Ayaba Nelson. Kalamse na mode kwasu e constituent me ka che mo na say me so obi anka ni ekumku amunkum obi anka me nkwa meka. President John Mahama, His Excellency, DC na wa appoint na Ayaba Nelson no wa no. Galamse no ni Yakubu eye. Galamse. Sisi me no ka say ye constituency ya. Abeswa forest me no ka say currently proportion. Omu semo omu ye adwuma gidigidigi. Okọ edu kroma adwuma akoso. Betenko adwuma akoso. First time Afwano Southeast ye to Abama NDC. Now so MP for Afwano South Yakubu Muhammad e ye constituency na dan Galamse site.
On check what na Wontumi ko we ase wo wi ofo nsa no wa hode mo NDC fo no a matie gu Galamse so no munya very careful we bia wudi apiem say we ya Galamse no ko na kokosan ho ebeya wa fa kokot na koto nkosan wuti mo ayeye hwehwe mu de fam ho a na mo buafuo na mo high lawyers so mo ni atam ama national executive to me kase an mo de mo nsaka sumasi a de be sina nya papa look ma men kan tell NPP omo ntro position forever omo ntro position forever Ghana for omadwe te say what e be sesa etomre bi Ghana ni wo ye ne papa kra bro so etomre bi na ho ye na hi eti NDC amanyoku ebebe ya mototu tunuoma kama mamu ni bekoso no edru ba bi kra Ghana for be ka say mama manim kra ye de e de ama ye dodo o manim kra ye de dodo eti abre mu mo bi nso be panisi ya kakra they go for change then PP enim boni fate eti wo bia wudi apiem ya bo di se Galamse activity wo ka ho no eneme kire ya akọ na kokosan ho na
mibusa aban mibusa President John Mahama enti nanu a wote se wa wo nkrofo ni bi tu Galamse no why omoden President John Mahama mibusa se nanu a wo se wa wo nkrofo ni bi wunnim so mu tu Galamse no why omoden because enema hu se mo bubo na Akufo-Addo die se na Akufo-Addo esan Wontumi ti enti mo bubo na wa nkrofo na wo ya aware wate national security akatel say omu ye Galamse no President John Dramani Mahama papa respectfully why ye omu den time ye di Wontumi ye season nyoma no na onko sa forest ni mo ba Galamse da so koso enti e kire say enye Wontumi se mususu se oye Galamse ya anaso ode na ade ama obi amane ye Galamse ya Galamse ne da so koso dika Galamse ne koso under your watch tina nano me catch you say national security e wo cameras a be bia wo Ghana ha bia no omunim krofo mu ye Galamse they know untimi nka nchem say president aye ma briefing no unim wo NDC form ye Galamse
abusunya mamenchia obio na memfmo akwa abanfa mbra Randy J report so na enne the enti o my Ghana nyina ayehu na ensema hodo edi adencheche titru efa Bernard Ntwebo sia ko ho ene niam hodo bi akoso o my Ghana mu no obia edna no atomo bie ene se sebe ade no a aban ye se wo ba bebra no enya ade se wabra ene bibie di adanse se NDC amonyokuo mu ade hye wono ma chensa ase no afa ena gala no akane mponi ehunu se ehu ewo NPP abenso no ene atra ehunu mpo aba bedru ewuo ya sese de wo hwe galamse ne se de esi abawuro ya aboboa no ama baabi adanka ye no go area baabi mpo anan se nka ye kokora no ene ye nyina ya chensa ase no afa firi se ya ban na wo so no a na chesa asefim pa nanso so anohoba ya ban ede ma na de hye bra wo bonto an se obe o mampani pe obehwe na obia NPP aban chi no se waye galamse ni bia na obeyi na firim na eno akire nso so wahwe na nhyehyɛ bia ho bia no waye na watimi achensa ase ne de ama wo nto mo nto abama ema wo mo ampanso galamse fo nso de wotie yoyo ema NDC aban eba akonya so nanso so ene ya me no kasa yi de aban ntimi nka wo masem firi se ono a ena ede sa asem no to wo manim na de ya ne se ade no a ekoso na aban abu nani aguso ono akwachi Bernard Ntwebo sia kon ayisusu se wode na asase akakoma obi a ebekọ wi achi oni akrode ye galamse na no ena me na amagana fo nyina do ma no otomo bi a ono mo kire se sa ade ne de ntwa yie NDC amnyokuru ma de shebi power bonten aba be kire se wo hwe de aban yeyi a yanhwe a kina oyune pa na beto NDC fo firi se esa na wo mu twato ho no mo nyesa ebeboa wo mo enyesa ebeboa monyokuo no kura firi se yanhwe a ekina bi no se NPP amonyokuo ba konya so a yanhwe o metu o mani de si NDC fo so a o mu